last. I guess, sir.
Yeah.
So I was like.
Well, so he. Gosh, Larry.
The court ready to proceed?
Yes, please go right ahead.
First, the commission. First, the commission would like to do a roll call by the vice chair if the court would allow.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Doggett,
Present.
Commissioner Green,
Here.
Commissioner Jackson,
Here.
Commissioner Jeffrey,
Here.
Commissioner Lane,
Here.
and Commissioner Lincoln,
Here.
Commissioner Pardon, here, Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Spangler,
Here.
Commissioner Wilbur,
Here.
Commissioner Wright,
Here.
Commissioner Beverly, Chair Faulkner, and John Ware.
All right. Very good. I don't know if you all can hear that, but the vice chair said you all do have a quorum, so we're ready to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. We did have one preliminary matter outstanding from our meeting, our business meeting this morning. Would the court allow for us to just handle that with the commission very briefly?
Yes, please go right ahead.
Members of the commission, this morning we voted on a matter regarding Leosa from a gentleman named Vincent Tursi. And the commission took no action on the question of whether or not he should receive his Leosa. But that wasn't a yes or a no. So I think there was a question of what the meeting of the minds of the commission was, whether yes, he should get Leosa under your analysis or whether he should not. And legal's position is that the commission should come to a consensus on that matter.
You need me to go ahead and remove my motion, clarify? Commissioner Jeffers make a motion for no on his Leosa.
Commissioner Green, now we do my second.
All in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Your Honor, that's our only preliminary matter that's not related to the Mr. McGowan hearings.
All right, very good. Then we'll go ahead and get started. Today is August the 29th, 2025. It is now 1:02 p.m. Central Time. We're here on the matter of Henry McGowan. It's APB docket number 12.40-251-187A. Is Mr. McGowan present? All right, hello, sir, and I know that your counsel is here with you. Tell me your name again, sir.
Jack, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Jack Mitchell.
Jack Mitchell. Okay, very good, thank you. And then for the Department of Commerce and Insurance, would you please just announce your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Attorney Maribeth Nicely, Associate General Counsel, and with me is our Chief Counsel, Dennis Gregory.
All right, thank you. All right. I'm Carolyn Reed, and I've been assigned by the Tennessee Secretary of State's Administrative Procedures Division to preside over this hearing today as the administrative judge. Excuse me. Excuse me. I will make all rulings regarding the order of proceedings, admissibility of evidence, and questions of law under the authority granted by the Tennessee Administrative Procedures Division. I'm sorry, the Tennessee Administrative Procedures Act. However, I will not participate in determining the findings of fact, the conclusions of law, or the, thank you so much. It's allergy season. Thank you. Or the ultimate decision of this commission. Those decisions will be made by the commission members. At this time, I would now ask the commission members to introduce themselves for the record. Do you normally forego that since you all took the forum already on the record?
It's just up to what the court prefers.
I think so. All right, let's go ahead and do it then. Thank you.
We started this in.
Dale Lane, Cargill Police Department Chief.
Don Green, retired.
Clay Doggett, legislative appointee.
Lacey Wilbur, Attorney General's Office.
Gary Carter, Murfreesboro Police Department.
Sheriff Chad Martin, Cook County Sheriff's Office, Governor, appointee.
Jared Jeffers, Governor appointee.
Commissioner Brian Wright, Governor appointee. Sheriff Tom Spangler, Knox County Sheriff's Office.
Ron Liggins, Greenfield Police Chief.
State Senator Jackson, appointee by the state senate.
All right, thank you. We've already established that there is a quorum, and so we're ready to go forward today. Ms. Nicely, you have given me a courtesy copy of the notice of hearing and charges. Do you have copies for the commission members also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you please go ahead and distribute those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Commission members, as you review this, what I'm going to ask you to do is determine whether or not you have any outside knowledge of this case or the matters that are detailed in this notice. Because, and that can be written, verbal, or otherwise. And the point is that we're trying to make sure that there's no conflict of interest or reason that anyone needs to recuse themselves. I will say that just because you have knowledge, you can still make a determination as long as you don't have really in-depth personal knowledge that you've been working on this matter in some way. If you've heard about it, you could still tell us that, and you can make a determination whether or not you continue to be impartial. So go ahead and take a look at that. And then Vice Chair, I'll ask you when it looks like everybody's done to go ahead and we'll get a vote from everybody, okay?
Your Honor,
Yes.
Sheriff Parton here. So that you would know, this case dealing with the city of Laverne and those officers, Miss Hall, her husband worked for me during this time.
Okay, thank you. And we'll wait and talk about that at the end, but I'll make a note.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
I would have to, I'll go ahead and say that the only thing I know particularly about this case is what this general public knowledge that came through the press, but nothing specific to this individual.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm Commissioner Green.
Okay, thank you. All right, it looks like most people perhaps are done reading. If you need more time, please indicate now. All right, so we've heard from Commissioner Green and Commissioner Parton some knowledge of the matters. Is there anyone else who has knowledge? Please don't tell me what it is yet. Just tell me whether or not you have knowledge, and you can. Okay, so we have two others. All right, parties. Is it acceptable to you for us to hear what the knowledge is with everybody present, or do you feel a need for that to be done without the other commissioners present?
Your Honor, if I may, and I'm not sure the court's position on this. There are multiple cases with similar sets of facts. And so
Yes.
I imagine that most of the commissioner's knowledge would be from other things that have happened at post.
Yes.
If there's outside knowledge, I think the state would be interested in hearing.
We're going to get to it. It's just before I ask what it is, I wanted to know whether you needed me to do that individually without the other commissioners present, or whether you're acceptable doing it here at the table as we are.
I don't have a position.
Okay,
I think from our standpoint, as long as it is what's been heard in other hearings, we're perfectly fine with that being discussed here amongst the entire commission. If it's something beyond that, maybe we do need to have
okay.
an independent polling of that particular commissioner.
All right, so commissioners, you've heard those guidelines, so we can start with you and your name, I can't see you.
Commissioner Clay Doggett, I do not know the respondent, never heard of the respondent. I'm just seeing multiple news stories over a period of time about it.
All right, thank you. And then,
Commissioner Wright, mine has just been through everything here at Post with other cases, and his particularly on the informal, which sent him to this position.
all right, so, oh, and one more, go ahead.
Mine's the same as theirs. It's all here and what you've seen on the news. I don't have any personal knowledge.
All right, very good. And-
Mine's Wayne.
I've learned through the informal hearings on other parties.
Okay, thank you.
And that would be through informal and news that I've seen, so.
All right, very good. So we now have, I think, yeah, okay, I was gonna say 7. We now have 8 commissioners who have heard just very generally about this. Let me ask a question just broadly to the group. So commissioners have to recuse themselves if they have some reason that they cannot fairly consider a case, have a conflict of interest, or have personal interest about the details of the case, not this general knowledge that we're talking about, that would create a bias or prejudice. So I'm just gonna not go one at a time, but just ask all commissioners broadly, please raise your hand if you think that there's some reason that you cannot be unbiased and impartial in today's hearing. And so no one is raising their hand. And Mr. Mitchell, my view on this is that therefore all these commissioners may serve and may hear this. Do you have any concern about what you've heard today and feel that anyone needs to recuse themselves?
No, I do not. I have no problem with it whatsoever.
All right, thank you. So I think we're all set to go on that then. All right. We had stopped going over the technical record unless you think that there's some reason, either the attorneys think that there's some reason that we need to do that. The record is what the record is. If there's something in particular that you thought needed to be ruled on today, I did not see that in my review of the record. Let's talk about that. But other than that, there's the notice of hearing and charges. There's a continuance, a notice of appearance, just very general matters. Is that acceptable to both of you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right. And just for the record, of course, things that are in the technical record are not evidence and they're not presented in this hearing in any way. All right. So commissioners, as the judge, it is my responsibility to advise you what the law is that's applicable to this case. You must accept and apply the law it is given. But as commission members, you are the sole judges of the facts and will be applying the facts to the law. Thus, you must determine which of the witnesses' testimony you accept, what weight you attach to it, and what inferences you will draw from it. The law does not, however, require you to accept all of the evidence. In deciding what evidence you will accept, you must make your own evaluation of the testimony given by each of the witnesses and determine the weight you will give to that testimony. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You are not required to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. Before you begin to hear and see evidence, the attorneys will make opening statements. These statements will be brief outlines of what the attorneys expect the evidence to be. The attorneys are also permitted to make additional statements at the end, and we'll get to that at the end. But unless you are otherwise instructed, the statements made by the attorneys are not evidence. Those statements are made to help you understand the evidence and apply the law to the evidence in the case. You should ignore any statement by an attorney that is not supported by the evidence you will hear and see during the hearing. After opening statements, I will give you additional instructions to assist you in evaluating the evidence you see and hear during the trial. There are several rules concerning your conduct during the trial and during recesses that you should keep in mind. First, Do not conduct your own private investigation into this case, although you may be tempted to do so. For example, do not read any articles or textbooks concerning any issue or consult any other source of information, including on Google or elsewhere. If you were to do that, you would be getting information that is not evidence, and you must decide the case only on the evidence and law presented to you during the hearing. Any board member who receives any information about the case other than that presented in the hearing should notify me immediately. Second, do not discuss the case among yourselves or anyone else during the hearing, and that includes during a break or recess. You must keep an open mind until you have heard all the evidence, the attorney's closing arguments, and my final instructions concerning the law. Any discussions before the conclusion of the case would be premature and improper. In addition, Tennessee Open Meetings Act requires that the commission discussions and deliberations be in public before all parties. Failure to observe the Open Meetings Act may result in the commission's action being reversed or remanded if appealed. Third, do not permit any other person to discuss the case in your presence. If anyone attempts to do so, please let me know immediately without discussing the incident with any of the other commission members. Fourth, do not speak to any of the attorneys, parties, or witnesses in this case, even for the limited purpose of saying good afternoon. They are instructed not to talk to you, and that way we can ensure the impartiality of everybody. Finally, you must not use electronic devices to communicate with or provide information, photographs, or video to anyone about the case. You cannot use the electronic devices or media, text messaging, chat room, blog, or anything like that to communicate or conduct research. The devices may be used during breaks, but that's just for your own personal use and nothing to do with this case. Does everyone understand and agree to be bound by these instructions? I see all nodding heads and nobody's saying no. Okay, very good. All right. Does either party want to invoke the rule today, the rule of sequestration that would mean that other witnesses cannot be in the room while somebody testifies?
Please.
You would like to invoke that? All right.
Your Honor, we have two witnesses, and if Mr. Patton would step in the hallway, and the first that would resolve that issue.
All right, very good. Thank you. And Mr. Mitchell, how many witnesses do you have?
I have Mr. McGowan.
Okay, very good. All right. Opening statement. Would you like to proceed with your, well, I guess we start with you, Miss. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. In December of 2022, Andrew Patton, the HR representative for the city of Laverne, was given the information that there was something going on at the Laverne Police Department. He was sent by the mayor to meet with an individual at an off-site location. That individual ended up being Mr. McGowan. Mr. McGowan at that time provided information to Mr. Patton that would unfold into a series of events and interviews that would show that the Laverne Police Department had an ongoing issue with multiple officers having intimate relationships with another officer that worked in the department, some of which happened on duty. The way Mr. McGowan's role in this kind of came about was that he had communicated with the mayor about meeting with the HR representative. When he met with the HR representative, Mr. Patton, he showed messages where Ms. Hall, the woman that the allegations were about, had sent him inappropriate text messages and how he had sent those inappropriate text messages to the former chief at the time, Chief Davis. Those included inappropriate photos, inappropriate videos. Mr. McGowan may have gotten some of those videos from another officer at the agency whose name is Officer Powell, who's not a subject of this hearing. But he Mr. Patton's investigation determined that that was someone who was having an intimate relationship with Officer Hall at the time. Mr. McGowan had that interview with Mr. Patton. It was off-site. A few days later, there was an interview that was an actual internal affairs interview that was sanctioned with Chief Davis present, Mr. McGowan present, and Mr. Patton present. In that interview, Mr. Patton asked Mr. McGowan Did you ever send inappropriate pictures to Ms. Hall? First, he said no, and today the evidence will show that there's a recording where this conversation went this way. Then they started to wrap up. You'll hear today that Mr. McGowan asked Andrew Patton to step out of the room. When Mr. Patton stepped back in the room, it turns out that the initial statement was untruthful, that he had not sent inappropriate text messages to Officer Hall, and that the fact was that when Ms. Hall was a candidate at Laverne Police Department, finishing up her PT, finishing up her written exam, Mr. McGowan did send those inappropriate text messages to her, and the proof of that will be shown today through the internal affairs interview. Additionally, Mr. McGowan had a workplace violence charge brought against him by the department from an incident where he walked into the HR office and put his hands around the neck of an HR employee. And so Mr. Patton asked him about that, and you'll hear about that today as well. He admitted to those actions in his internal affairs interview, and you'll hear that. And then ultimately, Mr. McGowan was terminated from the Laverne Police Department for a number of violations of departmental policy, which would have resulted in disciplinary action. Those would include untruthfulness, workplace violence, and sexual harassment from disseminating those inappropriate videos and pictures. And he was terminated, and Laverne Police Department asked for his decertification. So today, after we prove to this commission that those things are true, by a preponderance of the evidence, we'll ask the commission to take a decertification against Mr. McGowan. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, generally, I agree with Ms. Nicely's comments. I think some context, which will be shown during the course of this hearing, will be beneficial for the commission making its decision. First and foremost, the secret, for lack of a better term, meeting that occurred between Mr. Patton, the HR director of the city of Laverne, and Mr. McGowan was set up by the mayor. And to this day, I really don't know what was going on with the mayor, but each party to that meeting thought they were there for different reasons. Mr. McGowan was there thinking that he was going to talk to HR about hiring and promotion practices of the chief, who has since been terminated and decommissioned, when in reality, Mr. Patton thought he was there to talk to him about the allegations involving the pictures and sex and everything else that was going on at the Laverne Police Department at that time. I don't know why each side had a different thought going into it, but Mr. McGowan goes into this meeting having no earthly idea what Mr. Patton's objective is. They have a recorded and frank conversation throughout this meeting. Mr. McGowan opens his phone up, lets the HR director read all the text messages that had been sent back and forth between him and Ms. Hall. And while they are kind of graphic, they're kind of graphic in one direction. It's Ms. Hall continually coming on to Mr. McGowan, and while not directly rebuking her attempts with regards to having sex with him, he does just ignore it. And during the course of that meeting, Mr. Patton even tells Mr. McGowan that he believes him based on what he has shown him, and that he thinks that he's been given Mr. McGowan's name and another name, just trying to kind of a smoke and mirrors type thing, to kind of distract from people who may have been more actively involved in the situation. We fast forward a few days, and Mr. Patton's tone changes completely when he meets in a more formal setting with Mr. McGowan. He's all but called him a liar at that point in time. accuses him of deleting messages. When I think the reality is when he saw those messages, when he initially saw those messages, Mr. McGowan had no earthly idea what the subject of the investigation was. He wasn't deleting messages. I'm hoping all of that will come to light in the course of this hearing. The incident of workplace violence, I hope that at the conclusion of this, you'll agree with me that that was much ado about nothing. There was the described touching of the individual, but the others that were present, including the alleged victim of this workplace violence, laughed it off. Everybody was laughing at the time. There was no formal complaint brought forth, and it was somebody who actually, I think, passed by and saw the incident that reported it to HR. It wasn't even the lady who had been touched. While in hindsight, it might not have been the best thing in the world for Mr. McGowan to do, I certainly don't think it rises to the level of workplace violence or harassment or anything like that. And again, while I agree with Ms. Isley in the allegations that she has put forth to a certain extent, I think when you put all of it in context, you'll see that Mr. McGowan truly did nothing wrong, and we hope that at the end of this, the commission will vote not to decertify Mr. McGowan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to go back quickly to the rule on sequestration. I'm going to leave it to the attorneys to tell me if you see somebody come in or out that may affect that, and just alert me and we'll stop the proceeding to make sure that they're gone, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, commissioners, you have now heard the opening statements from the lawyers. We will next begin with the presentation of evidence in this case. The evidence generally consists of the numbered exhibits and testimony of witnesses. The department will present evidence first. The respondent then will be given the opportunity to present evidence. The witnesses will testify in response to questions from the attorneys. Witnesses are asked questions by the party who calls the witness to testify, and then others are permitted to cross-examine the witnesses. Although evidence is presented by asking questions, the questions themselves are not evidence. Any insinuation contained in a question is not evidence. You should consider a question only as it gives meaning to the witness's answer. During the course of the hearing, you will also have an opportunity to question each witness. Please use your questions to gain any information or clarification of the facts that you think would assist you in reaching a decision in this case. However, you must reserve any expression of opinion that you may have to that portion of the hearing that is set aside for the commission's deliberations, and that will occur after all of the proof in the matter has been heard. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of a witness about what the witness personally observed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence that gives you clues about what happened. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a fact or a group of facts that causes you to conclude that another fact exists. It is for you to decide whether a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence. If you base your decision upon circumstantial evidence, you must be convinced that the conclusion you reach is more probable than any other explanation. So, for example, if a witness testified that the witness saw it raining outside, that would be direct evidence that it was raining. But if a witness testified that the witness saw someone enter a room wearing a raincoat covered with drops of water and carrying a wet umbrella, that would be circumstantial evidence from which you could conclude that it was raining. You're to consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. In making your decision, you must consider all the evidence in light of reason, experience, and common sense. Although you must consider all of the evidence, you are not required to accept all of the evidence as true or accurate. You should not decide an issue by the simple process of counting the number of witnesses who have testified on each side. You must consider all the evidence in the case. You may decide that the testimony of fewer witnesses on one side is more convincing than the testimony of more witnesses on the other side. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility or believability of the witnesses who testify in the case. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You are not required to accept or reject everything a witness says. You're free to believe all, none, or part of a person's testimony. And in deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experiences. There's no fixed rule or set of rules about how to decide whether you believe a witness. During the hearing, objections may be made to evidence or trial procedures. I may sustain objections to questions asked without permitting a witness to answer, or I may instruct you to disregard an answer that has been given. In deciding this case, you may not draw any inferences from any unanswered question, and you may not consider testimony that you're instructed to disregard. Any arguments about objections or motions are usually required to be made by the attorneys out of the hearing of the commissioners. Information may be excluded because it is not legally admissible. Excluded information cannot be considered in reaching your decision. A ruling that is made on an objection or motion will be based solely on the law. You must not infer from a ruling that I hold any view or opinion for or against any party in the case. In this action, the department has the burden of establishing by a preponderance of the evidence all of the facts necessary to prove the allegations in the notice of charges. The term preponderance of the evidence means that amount of evidence that causes you to conclude that an allegation is probably true. To prove an allegation by a preponderance of the evidence, a party must convince you that the allegation is more likely true than not. If the evidence on a particular issue is equally balanced, that issue has not been proven by a preponderance of the evidence, and the party having the burden has failed. You must consider all evidence on each issue. I'll give you further instructions on the law after you've heard and seen all of the evidence. Let's proceed to the testimony phase.
The department calls Deputy Chief Hatcher from Laverne Police Department.
I believe you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You're going to sit right here.
Last time, we'll see.
No,
Have to go around.
Yeah.
sorry. I'll be a better.
Please.
There we go. Thank you so much.
Right next to the judge?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I don't mind.
I'm sorry. No, I apologize, last hearing.
That's okay. All right, will you raise your right hand please, once you're settled, or you can,
I can do it.
okay. All right, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Please state your name for the record.
Brent Hatcher.
And how are you employed?
I'm the deputy chief of the police department.
How long have you been at Laverne?
27.
Did you ever work with an individual named Henry McGowan?
Did.
How did you, in what capacity did you work with him?
From the time that he started, sir, all the way through to the time that he was a sergeant.
Would you, I just can't hear you very well if you'll talk to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
No,
There's a microphone right there.
This one don't
Doesn't
work.
Oh, that one.
It doesn't work.
Go
I'll
ahead.
try to speak up.
Sorry.
You can kind of.
Yes, ma'am. Is that better?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. From his beginning as a reserve officer all the way through to the time that he was released in 2023.
Okay, and when you say released, do you mean terminated?
Yes,
And what, when did Mr. McGowan start it?
he started as a full-time officer May of 2004.
Okay, and then when was he terminated?
It was January of 2023.
Okay, and were you able to review his internal affairs file, his personnel file, and his ACADIS portal before testifying today?
Briefly, I was at a conference, so I was kind of halfway through with a lot of things. But
Are those documents that your office stores and maintains in the regular course of business?
yes, look, most of them are stored at HR and or CIB.
But are you have access to ACADIS? Do
Yes.
you have access to ACADIS?
Yes,
Okay, and so you were able to, were you able to confirm his employment dates and termination reasons through your review of those documents?
between HR, not the Mercatus.
Okay. Through the internal were you able to review his reasons for termination through the HR file?
No, I didn't get a chance to prove it all.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. McGowan was terminated?
Yes,
Can you share that with the commission, please?
yes, through the HR, the recommendation was sections 3.4, 9.2, 9.3, 9.7 of the city handbook, which coincide with general order 300.01, rules 2, 12, and 11, with code of conduct on becoming, sexual harassment, and truthfulness.
Was there also a workplace violence allegation
Yes.
that was sustained?
That was 3.4 of the handbook, yes, ma'am.
And so is it fair to say that Mr. McGowan was terminated for multiple disciplinary reasons?
Yes, ma'am.
How does the department want this matter to be handled as far as his post certification?
We requested it for the certification.
So the department would like for him to be decertified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you personally involved in the internal affairs investigation or any of the matters that had to do with Mr. McGowan's termination?
None with Mr. McGowan.
And so is there any personal reason that you would have, besides just the administrative matter, to have Mr. McGowan terminated?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions for this witness.
No question, John?
All right, commissioners, do any of you have any questions?
Chief, Commissioner Carter, just to be clear, understand that the workplace violence was sustained. Is that correct?
To make it better to explain, the information that was provided was through the investigation that was done. And those recommendations come from the investigation to the person who's responsible for hiring and firing, which is our mayor, not from the police department. So
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, we don't have any further questions for the deputy chief. We'd ask that he be released from his subpoena so that he may sit in the courtroom during Mr. Patton's testimony.
May I ask a question based on Commissioner Carter's?
Yes.
And I'm assume I go up here for my question. Chief Hatcher, you said that the mayor made the final decision regarding termination based on the investigative report. What role did the Laverne Police Department have in the preparation of that investigative report?
primarily, we were in portions of the Garrity rules with certain officers that were involved in this, but the initial and the complete report was done primarily through human resource.
So other than the Garrity involvement, the Laverne Police Department was kind of hands off and left it to HR and the mayor.
Correct.
And that's standard policy within the city of Laverne.
This was a very, very unusual situation, and we do not have any direct policy that relates to how that was being operated.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to how the decision was made then to do it the way it was done, because the situation was unique?
Only with what was presented to us after the fact, that these were the reasons that he was going to be released.
Okay, so you said that this is a unique situation. How is it that the mayor and HR made all the decisions instead of the Laverne Police Department?
Well, primarily because there was some other information that came through as we were going through this investigation that led to Chief Davis and some other things coming up in it. So that's where it was more left to the HR division and to the mayor to make the final decision.
But for Chief Davis's involvement in being swept up in this whole debacle, would it have been a decision made by the Laverne Police Department as to the termination decision on Mr. McGowan?
They again would have put in requests or recommendations.
But in this situation, the recommendations were made by HR based on their investigation, not the investigation of the Laverne Police Department.
Correct.
No further questions.
Ms. Nicely, any further questions?
And no further questions, Your Honor. We would just ask that Mr. Hatcher be left sitting audience.
All right, commissioners, any further questions now that you've heard additional testimony? All right, then, yes, you're released. Thank you.
The department calls Andrew Patton. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Please introduce yourself to the commission.
My name is Andrew Patton, the Director of Human Resources and Risk Management for the City of Laverne.
During your employment at the city of Laverne, did you ever interact with a Henry McGowan?
Yes,
How did you come to know Mr. McGowan?
when I joined the city, he was a detective in the criminal investigation division.
If you could just speak into the microphone, it's a little bit difficult to hear you. Sorry.
So you can.
Did you have an event happen in December of 2022 where you had a conversation with Mr. McGowan?
Yes,
Can you tell the commission how that got started?
yes. So I was asked by the mayor to look into some concerns that he had been told about. He told me that he believed there were some officers who were potentially having sex on duty, that there was in his words, a Girls Gone Wild hot tub party that was a part of something related to that. And he asked me to look into those concerns. That was on December the 12th of 2022. That day, after receiving that information, I walked across the street to the police department and asked the chief of police to meet with me to discuss what I had just been told. And the investigation started on that day and proceeded for the next 18 days. Your specific question about the meeting with Mr. McGowan, a number of days, 2 or 3 days into my work, I told the mayor that in order to legitimize the concerns, I really needed to speak to his source. And he told me he would ask. And first answer was that the person was not available, that they were on some sort of a mission that day. Gave me the first indication that it was potentially somebody internally. And then I was given a pin drop on my city phone of a location that I was to go to and a time to meet the source. And I did that.
Okay, and did you ultimately come into contact with the source?
The person who showed up was Mr. McGowan. He met me at a boat dock in Smyrna, pulled next to my car and asked me to follow him and immediately pulled out. We spent about 10 minutes driving through the town of Smyrna to another location, another boat dock where he told me that he wanted to make sure that I wasn't followed on my way.
And did you ultimately have a conversation with Mr. McGowan that day?
I did.
Was that conversation recorded?
It was.
And did you provide that conversation to my office for this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a true and accurate reflection of the recording that you provided us? Is that a true and accurate reflection of the conversation you had that day with Mr. McGowan?
Yes.
So when you first sat down with Mr. McGowan, was it in a vehicle or where were you guys located?
So when we pulled into the second location, Mr. McGowan and I, we interacted regularly at work. So I was first really caught off guard as to why we were meeting offsite, why this conversation couldn't happen in my office. So we parked, he got out of his truck, and I literally said to him, like, what are we doing? Why are we here? I remember it started to drizzle, so I said, you know, it's getting one of the vehicles. It's your car or mine. He picked his truck, and we got into his truck and started our conversation.
And then if you could just tell the commission what Mr. McGowan told you that day and if anything that would have led to further investigation.
Sure, so as you already referenced, the entire conversation was recorded, so that is available to hear word for word. But as, you know, when you are conducting an investigation of any kind, you don't necessarily lead with everything you know. You're looking to try to gain information or validate some items that I might already know. So I started the conversation with him. Early on, it was evident that he felt like we were not there for the same reasons. In the upper left corner of his truck, he had green folders that were wrapped in some sort of like a weather protective cover. And eventually through that conversation, he told me that's why he was there, is that he wanted to talk about that. He never showed me those folders that day. And he told me that he would wait until he had my full attention to deal with that. So throughout the rest of our conversation, it was me asking him questions about the concerns that the mayor had brought to me.
And did you ultimately look at some text messages on Mr. McGowan's phone?
Yes, I asked him at some point about sexual images. He had numerous phones, but he grabbed one, said, "This is my personal phone." Here, and handed it to me. And I scrolled through that phone and looked at his text messages.
And what did you see on that phone?
I saw images of Miss Fall. There were videos of Miss Fall, and there were conversations that took place between her and Mr. McGowan.
And what was the nature of those videos, images, and conversations?
All pornographic in nature.
Were those messages sent from Mr. McGowan's phone to any other phones that you're aware of?
Now that day, I wouldn't have that knowledge, but yes, I do know now that those images were sent to other officers.
And did Mr. McGowan indicate that day whether he had sent any inappropriate messages back to Ms. Hall?
I don't recall if that day that question was asked. I'd have to refer back to the transcript of that recording.
But you never saw any pictures that Mr. McGowan sent that day?
That's correct.
Did you eventually meet with Mr. McGowan in a more formal setting to discuss this matter?
Yes, we met in the chief of police office and recorded that conversation as well.
Did you provide that recording to our office?
Yes,
And is the recording that you provided to my office a true and accurate reflection of your conversation that day?
yes.
And I'm going to probably have our team play the more formal interview and stop it at different increments to ask you questions. But a couple things to start out. In your report, you characterized Mr. McGowan's behavior in the internal affairs interview with some characterizing traits. Can you tell the commission about that?
Yeah, is it all right to refer to the report so I can quote specifically what I said?
If that would refresh your recollection, you can look at it and then flip it over and testify.
Sure. So I encountered Mr. McGowan that day in a way that I had not previously seen him, and I described him as uncooperative, rude, and extremely aggressive.
Do you feel that that's an accurate depiction of his attitude on the day that you had the internal affairs meeting with Chief Davis and Mr. McCall.
Absolutely.
If we could play just like the first few seconds, and I'll just have one confirm if that's what it is.
Hello, sir. This is gonna be,
Do you recognize that brief piece of audio that you heard?
yes,
Does that seem to be the same recording you provided my office?
yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, we just asked that be admitted as it's the Department's Exhibit 1.
Mr. Mitchell, any objection?
Without objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then yes, we will make that state's exhibit.
I'm sorry for the shared microphones. If you could just tell us who was in that room and kind of your mindset going into that meeting.
Sure, it was myself, it was Ms. McGowan, and it was at the time Chief Davis. And my purpose was to challenge information that I had received from various sources that I had interviewed throughout the course of the investigation at that point. Because I believe that Mr. McGowan was not truthful with me. I also had reason to believe at the time that the text messages that he showed me on his phone had been edited. And I wanted to challenge those for the course of the investigation.
If we can hit play at the beginning and then I'll tell you when to stop.
Investigative conversation on follow-up to what we talked about last week. I know Chief wants to start with a document.
Who is that? The two voices that we're hearing.
That would be Chief Davis and Mr. McGowan. They were discussing the Gary form that Mr. McGowan was provided.
Was your voice also in that recording?
Yes.
We could just hit play and just as loud as we can get the.
So I want to talk about our meeting on the 14th. Obviously, I want to kind of revisit from the start of what we talked about that though, and then let you know that obviously I've learned a lot more since that point. And so I want to ask you for clarity on what you know and remind you that obviously an obligation to check this out. On the 14th, we started our conversation out, and we started with general confusion, right? Because you said you didn't know why you were there. I've since come to learn that's not the truth. But I know that you have talked to me, and I know that you and they are advocating. I know that the reason for our meeting was to discuss your concerns of what was happening. Right now. Tell me that. I don't believe text messages were complete. So you mentioned that you go there. Team Magnus wife. And then there was a swap that took place. Jed
She told me about it. So after you. You actually know about the relationship between us and Megan. As far as what I asked you, maybe sexual activity was that kind, but I just know that's not the truth. Okay, I've never heard that they did anything. Okay. Except I know that Lewis has met with you. And I know that Lewis has told you what happened. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. That's not, yeah, about a meeting that you and Lewis had. Last week. This is his wife. Okay. Joey, the school. I don't know the name of the school. Okay. Whose house is that down? Both bars. Y'all live next to each other. His wife and how she is acting. Okay. Can you tell me about what happened in the house? Just something that.
So you're talking about a meeting that you believe to happen between Mr. McGowan and Mr. Pat. Did you interview other people between the time you spoke with Mr. McGowan the first time and the second time?
Yeah, just one point of clarity. You said it was not a meeting.
I'm sorry, Powell.
Mr. Powell, yes. Yes, I interviewed members of the department exclusively starting on the 12th for 18 days. That's all I did. So I had interviewed a number of people prior to that second conversation.
And so what were you seeking to get out of Mr. McGowan in this line of questioning?
I was wanting to continue to validate that this meeting took place and that there was a intention to deceive the investigation by coordinating stories between meetings with myself.
And did your investigation confirm whether there was a coordination of getting everybody on the same page?
Yes.
With
Sure. Just think about how he's probably gonna lose his job or right. But that was a conversation about his wife, Shorty. So it took place. I also know that there was of how you both were going to handle the situation with each other. Conversation about how you each other. Last week. No. Conflict that we had at the time is that you're on the page of those. I got a bunch of people on another page with all of the same information. Okay.
Do you believe that Mr. McGowan was honest with you during that line of questioning about whether or not there was a coordination of answers for HR?
No.
With your plan?
So what is it that you want to know? And I'm going to tell you, I've already told you. I will be honest with you. I'm not, I ain't got nothing to hide because I'm not involved in this. Okay. So tell me about your sexual relationship with Megan. My sexual relationship with Megan? No. What sexual relationship? with Megan Hall? No. I didn't know it happened. Okay, as a trained investigator, I know what you're doing, and that's not gonna work. I'm sorry, because the truth is out here. I haven't had sex with Megan. Okay. The only person that I know, had sex with Megan was Lewis. Now, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. But that's the only person that I know. Okay. Because I would have told people that I know that would have known and they would know. Tell me about then your conversation with Megan about coordinating a continual denial. I've never had a conversation with Megan about denial. Okay. Which one do you want to see first? Mayor's, whatever you want to see Megan's? Well, unfortunately, I don't trust that your phone is accurate at this point. I've seen information that would show that your phone is not accurate. It's just not a true representation of what you're telling me.
When you say that you've seen information showing that his phone is not accurate, can you just explain to the commission the context there?
Sure, so the information that Ty has on his phone between other officers does not match the same information that those officers provided to me. There are text messages that have been deleted throughout that process.
So do you believe what Mr. McGowan showed you was an abridged version of the text messages that should have been on his phone?
I think he showed me what he wanted me to see.
Okay, I know that you had sex with Megan at your house on December 4th. And I know that her car was seen at your house. December 4th? Yeah, the day that she came over. She said she was gonna dress cute. You told me she came over. She came over to talk about her. I know, and you all had sex that day. Is that what she said? Are you serious? Number one, oh, good Lord Jesus Christ. No, did not have sex with her. Fuck me, I'm in the middle of this. You are in the middle of this. So you only have one in the middle of this. And you can tell my heart rate's changed. No, I can't believe that. No, I wouldn't be there. Wow. No, if I'm on that, okay. No. Oh my God. There's so many things to say, and I don't know which one to start with. To start with the truth. The truth is, no, I did not have sex with Megan Hall. Not at all. December 4th, right? That was the last time. The last before that as well. When did that happen? You tell me. Well, you tell me. You're the one with all the information. I'm sitting here saying that he's not looked. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But somebody said that we had sex? No. Was her car sitting in my house? Yes. I told you she was in my house. And I told you the reason. She wasn't there long. I know you told me that. I just don't believe that you told me the full information. Okay. So here we go. All right. I got you. You're right, Charlie. You're doing your job. That's the last thing about. Just know what it means. That's how you remember that. Whatever it is that you. I'm sorry, I'm not fucking Megan Hall. I'm not fucking Megan Hall. Nor do I have any desire to fuck Megan Hall. If I went to fuck Megan Hall, I'd fucked her while I was training. I'd have fucked her before any of this shit happened.
We can pause it right there. Okay. Just for the court reporter, we've paused it at 10 minutes and 50 seconds. Is that the normal demeanor that Mr. McGowan has when y'all had previous conversations, or is this agitation something new to you?
That is not the norm. This is an elevated response.
How did that make you feel?
In those moments leading up to that section and then what will follow, my concern was where would his temper go? And I was unsure if he was armed that day or not, but it had crossed my mind that we could be in a situation.
And did you, was it normal during your HR investigations for employees to speak to you in this manner?
Not at all.
Your Honor, I hate to do this. Could we take just a couple minutes?
Yes, no, you're doing exactly right. So let's go off the record and why don't we make it a 10-minute recess? It is 2:06, so we'll come back at 2:16.
Thank you. that recording at 10 minutes and 58 seconds, not 10 minutes and 50 seconds. And we're going to pick back up at 20 minutes and 9 seconds, or as close to it as
20 minutes and 4.
20 minutes and 4 seconds. That works. We can hit play.
I'm not lying. Okay, just take a deep breath. You said, I'm just, this is huge. This is huge, and I'm in the middle of it. I'm in the middle of this, and I'm not supposed to. That's why I went back. That's why I asked you. Why? Who would have it out for you? And why? I mean, we all feel like you got information on him, dude. I mean, what could have been? I got information on everything. It's just like at least somebody catch wind of that.
Tell me what happened last Thursday. Why did you text me? Why did you text me last Thursday and tell me that you wanted to talk to me about it?
We'll talk about it.
This is the place to talk about it.
This ain't because it ain't got shit to do with it. It's about me. No, it's about rumors. It's about rumors about me and what I do. I mean, and people talk to other people, and these circles are not as small as these motherfuckers think they are.
Let me say
We
this.
can pause it.
Ain't nothing came to me.
And just again, Mr. Patton, is that typically how your HR interviewees talk in your presence or to you?
No, not at all.
And did that make you uncomfortable?
Yes.
We're going to start back at 23 minutes and 39 seconds, or as close as the computer will let us go.
31.
Perfect.
And they didn't know that ever, but that, yeah. And I get that, and I understand that, but
I was trying it back to why would, this stuff being said?
if you prove me out of narcotics, if you get me out of narcotics, that's revenge for what everybody thinks that happened to Eddie, because everybody, including everybody that I mentioned as far as David, on the second shift, except maybe for Eric. Eric still acts like he loves me, so I don't know. Bob, definitely. But these guys, I mean, whatever, it's their shift. Y'all know not true. Y'all gonna kick it together. No, it's not fucking true. I ain't fucked her. I ain't fucked P. I ain't fucking none of those girls, man. Fuck. They was fucked up in the head. He is never fucked up in the head. Oh man, fucking they're both babies. I know if we can see where those motherfuckers words.
What was Mr. McGowan's rank at the time of this investigation?
I believe it was detective,
Just sergeant, sound accurate?
sergeant.
Okay, and so did he have a lot to lose if he was caught up in this scandal? As far as his career is up?
I would assume so, yes.
And did he kind of indicate that through your conversation that he's firearms instructor and
Yes,
drug detective and everybody wants his job? Everybody's out to get him.
yes,
Was that kind of the attitude?
yes.
Okay. And so was he a higher ranking officer than Ms. Hall at the time that those inappropriate conversations would have been happening?
Yes,
Do you know what her rank would have been?
patrol officer.
Okay, and sergeant's higher than that. Is sergeant higher than that?
Yes,
Okay. And so would that have led to you thinking there might be some type of sexual harassment going on, or where was your head in as far as the conversations and the lying and the roles that these two individuals were playing?
so at the point of time that we are listening to, I was still very much in a fact-finding mode. But yes, when you have a differentiation of status, especially when it comes to supervisors. It's commonly known that that's where we get into some problem areas when it comes to any form of harassment, but sexual, especially.
And were the nature of the text messages you saw between Ms. Hall and Mr. McGowan sexual in nature?
Yes.
We're going to transition based off of where the audio recording is over into the conversation about Bethany from HR.
Okay.
Can you kind of tell the commission how we got to that portion of the audio recording and how you got those facts in your fact-finding mission?
How I learned about what happened in the office, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
So annually in the city, we host a holiday party. I believe it was December 15th, which is a Thursday. You heard me reference, why did you text me last Thursday in the audio? That Thursday, we were setting up for our holiday party, which was offsite. That morning, I had a meeting in my office with Deputy Chief Hatcher and Chief Davis to discuss elements of the investigation. I get this text message from Ty that, Mr. McGowan, excuse me, that hints at the fact that there may be some sort of leak. So my office is occupied by myself and two other individuals. And they know protocol when I'm having investigations to limit the number of people that have access to the suite at any time so that nothing is heard. So clearly I was upset by what I had received from Mr. McGowan. I went from City Hall to the venue and met with Ms. Smith and Ms. Presley, both staff members of mine who were setting up. I asked them both to step into the hallway at the venue, and I simply asked them, do we have a problem? And they responded with something like, what are you talking about? I said, do we have a problem? Because information that I talked about this morning in my office has somehow gotten out. So do we have a problem? Are you sharing information? To which they both said no. I asked who had come into HR during the time that I was meeting with the chiefs. If there was an answer, I don't recall it. It very well could have been that nobody had come in during that time. And Ms. Smith looked at Ms. Presley and she said, I think I need to tell you something, Andrew. And I said, what? So at this point, I'm processing, right, like the information and what's leaking and what's happening, and also having to transition my thought process from deep in an investigation that's, not pleasant to hosting a holiday party, which are two very different things. And I said, what is it? And she said, I need to tell you that Ty came in the office maybe a month ago and put his hands around my neck. I said, what are you talking about? She said, he came in, we were talking about a few things, and then all of a sudden his hands were around my neck. I said, all right, pause. Leah, did you witness this? She said, yes. I said, why am I finding out about this today?
Okay.
Yes.
And is that what did you bring that information to the meeting with Mr. McGowan at the police department?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If we could hit play.
What the fuck are you talking about? You came into the office and so that's oh my God. This is something that, yeah. We're in there and we're playing around. Turned around and I did that. I mean, I did that. I went around and I came from behind her and I didn't grab her. It was more of a, like simulating and whatnot. And I believe Webster walked by.
It was witnessed.
Yeah,
That's how I got it. I didn't get it from Bethany until I confronted her with it.
yeah,
It
okay.
was witnessed.
Okay. I don't believe you, but, yeah, that's what I actually did.
We caught that. So did Mr. McGowan admit to putting his hands around Bethany's neck?
Yes,
And at the time, did it seem like he was taking it less seriously than an HR employee might have taken it, this situation?
at the time he was talking to me on that audio,
Yes.
yes, he was laughing.
How would your office typically handle an accusation like this if it had come to you through an employee complaint?
So any complaint of violence or workplace violence of any type would have deemed an immediate action. So I would have immediately looked into the concern. We most likely would have placed one or both parties on paid administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation in order to separate them, so there was no opportunity for contact again while we looked into the concern.
And is workplace violence an offense that Laverne would typically terminate an employee for?
Yes, zero tolerance,
You said zero tolerance.
zero tolerance.
We can hit play.
She had a conversation with Megan Hall. You said,
You said everything that I've had, there's no phone calls between me,
is there
you know,
anything she'd like to talk?
there's no phone calls between me and Megan Hall, everything's documented through, via text message. She doesn't call, There's no charge, I don't think there's
Have you
no,
ever sent her to so yourself?
on dick pics. No, not a dick pic, no, no.
Did Mr. McGowan just deny sending inappropriate photos to Ms. Hall? Specifically, the language he used was dick pic.
Yes,
And that was that an affirmative denial? Like there was no qualification? He just said no. Is that accurate?
that's correct.
Okay, you can hit play.
She taking it out of serious. You. So I'm sorry, this is a chat. Is there anything you would like to share? Since you don't want me to ask questions, is there anything you would like to share?
That's your last question, if you don't mind.
Okay, my last question was,
Did you ask Mr. McGowan, is there anything else you would like to share?
Yes, that's what I said.
What was his answer? Was his answer no?
Yes,
do you remember what conversation you had with Megan Hall when she was training where you potentially told her? Since you speak.
You asked Mr. McGowan if he had ever told Ms. Hall, if you ever want to have sex, if you ever want to use me, just let me know. And he denied asking that. Where did that statement come from?
I got that directly from Officer Hall.
And you said early on when she was training, so would Mr. McGowan have been a superior officer to her at that point?
Yes,
And he denied making that comment.
yes.
Do you feel like that was a truthful response from Mr. McGowan?
You know, as you heard on the audio, that's why I was basically shutting down the conversation because I wasn't going to continue to be interrupted at that point. We weren't making any progress.
So did Mr. McGowan volunteer any information in response to either of those affirmative no questions? When he said, you said, did you send him dick pics? He said no. Did you make this statement? He said no. Was that all he basically said at that point in the interview?
As far as I can recall, yes.
Okay. what happened next? Do you remember?
I believe this, we're at the point where he asked me to step out to have a private conversation with the police chief.
Okay, and did you step out?
I did.
And did you do anything else?
I paused the recording.
Okay,
And when I stepped out of the room, I walked back down the hallway. I believe it was to Deputy Chief Hatcher and Captain Call. And I said to them, I need one of you to be outside the chief's office in the hallway. This is getting agitated, he's getting agitated and loud and disruptive, and I'm not sure where this is going, and I would appreciate your support. I knew they were armed. I didn't know if Mr. McGowan was armed. I was definitely outsized, and so I wanted that support.
okay, and what, was that out of fear? Or the potential that something could go wrong?
Sure, yeah.
Like, we can hit play.
I have self-report this incident, and I hate doing this. I hate doing this, fuck. One incident where nothing happened. Is there any way I can talk to Chip? Chief Davis. Just, I need that, kind of like an FOP, kind of. Sure, I'll just pause on it. I don't know if so, I'm just going to about before Megan was officer, when she passed the PT. We heard her husband and Megan's husband went out. And we ended up back at their house, but there was some drinking going on, but not. Megan got undressed, and he didn't all the way get undressed, but she did take some clothes off, but she didn't get all the way undressed. And, this phone didn't have it. This is a newer phone. She got off the garage. Pretty much did. After he called somebody to come pick her up, and she left. And that's when like things went kind of south as far as her husband was concerned. Her husband got like really mad. I don't know if it was a mixture because of V left and I stayed or not. The case was, she got this before I was even I was even saw when I started then. He got upset, and after everything was said and done, he got really pissed. I mean, really pissed at her to the point that, you know, thank God everything was done as far as all the work in the gym, everything was done. And pretty much made her to like talk to me, associated with me, and stuff like that. I think I did so. And matter of fact, for a fact, I sent a dick pic to her. She saw me take it and said,
We can pause it right there. So earlier, Mr. McGowan did earlier in the interview, did he tell you that he had never sent a dick pic to Ms. Hall?
That's correct.
And did he tell you something different in that portion of the interview?
Yes.
He said, I know for a fact I'd sent a dick pic to her, but she saw me take it and send it to her. Is that was when she had passed the PT test and the written test, but she was still a candidate for employment? Is that accurate?
When the city makes an offer to a candidate, it is a conditional offer based on passing all of these elements. The written, the physical, the psychological, poly, all of those things. All candidates in that process are actively engaging with current staff in a number of different ways to prepare them, because there's all indication that everyone's going to continue to proceed and is going to join them. So I don't know specifically when that event took place, what part of that process she was in, but she had received an offer from the city and had accepted that offer.
And was Mr. McGowan an employee of the police department at that time?
Yes.
Was he, do you know what his rank was at that time?
I don't know without looking in the files to verify.
Does detective or sergeant, would it have been something like that? Or do you think it would have still been a street officer, like a patrol officer?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. Do you believe that this is a contradiction of Mr. McGowan's original statement to you in the same interview?
Oh, absolutely. And you can also hear the tone change from what we encountered before I stepped out.
So would that have been one of the reasons he was charged with dishonesty in his termination paperwork?
Yes, the Gary paperwork that was presented not only to Mr. McGowan, but every officer that I spoke with by the chief commands that they have to be truthful during the course of that investigation.
Did Mr. McGowan provide you with text messages that would have been between him and Chief Davis?
Anything that Mr. McGowan provided would have come to me post termination through the mayor.
Okay. Is the city in possession of text messages that Mr. McGowan provided relating to this matter?
Yes,
Okay. And would those have been with the former Chief Davis?
yes,
Are you aware if there was a relationship, friendship, anything like that outside of work with Mr. Davis and Mr. McGowan?
I am now, yes.
And what would the nature of that relationship have been?
It appears that it was very close, that I think Chief Davis has described it as, one of his homies, one of his bros.
Okay. Have you reviewed the text messages provided by Mr. McGowan?
I believe I've read everything that has been provided, yes.
Okay, and did the city of Laverne provide those text messages to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you recognize those messages if you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with these messages?
You may.
And just for the record, this is the first 7 pages of text messages. We won't, and the department does not intend to admit anything additional. There's some less relevant pieces as well. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the documents your office provided to my office?
Yes,
Do you recognize those documents?
yes,
Your Honor, we ask that the first 7 pages of that document be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
Mr. Mitchell, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then yes, that will come in as State's Exhibit 2.
Your Honor, I have physical copies for the commission. Due to the nature of the text messages, I don't feel that putting them on the screen would necessarily be appropriate.
Physical copies are fine. They've been admitted now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Patton, do you have a copy of those messages?
yes, ma'am.
Forgot to keep one for myself. So give me just a second. Let's come back.
It may be good to wait until it makes its way around so everyone has a copy to review. Do all the commissioners have one?
Thank you, Your Honor. So you testified a minute ago that Mr. McGowan provided these messages to the city. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Would that mean that the person whose messages are on the right-hand side are Mr. McGowan's?
yes,
Okay, and the person whose messages are on the left-hand side, would those have been Mr. Davis, former Chief Davis?
yes.
Okay, what does the top line say that identifies the contact number?
Chip's secret phone.
Okay. And did you find during your investigation that a lot of people had multiple different cell phones?
Yes.
Kind of moving around?
Yes,
Did that make it difficult to find some of the information you were seeking during your investigation?
I think for the most part, when I needed a verified document, I was able to get it through the course of those 18 days. We certainly received a lot of information from Mr. McGowan post termination that I did not know existed, including the existence of a secret phone from Chief Davis.
Okay, and did Chief Davis have a name for his second phone? Do you remember?
Well, this would have been his third phone.
His third phone?
So most employees have a personal phone and a city issued cell phone, which Chief Davis had. And then this, was his third phone. He referred to this as old boy.
Old boy, okay. So can you just read the first page, that, brief conversation? I'll ask you a couple questions. You can read that out loud for the commission.
This is dated Tuesday, October 25th. Chief Davis says, "Who dat?" The response is Paul Lewis. He added again. He swears he ain't. Chief Davis says, "She nor her husband took that picture." Response is, "She has a tight little ass though." Chief Davis says, "Yep." Moves on 3 days to the 28th of October. Chief Davis says, "The fuck Lewis saying to these hoes, cause normal pimp shit ain't working." The response is, "No fucking clue, he killing it."
So again, who sent the messages on the right-hand side?
The right side of the paper would be Mr. McGowan.
Okay, and when he says Hall, when Mr. McGowan says Hall Lewis, would that be referring to Officer Hall and Officer Lewis Powell?
Yes,
Okay, and through your investigation, did you determine whether Mr. McGowan was aware of a sexual relationship between those two people
yes,
as far back as October of 2022? Is that accurate?
that's correct.
When did your investigation start?
December 12th, 2022.
Okay, so did Mr. McGowan have that information for a few months prior to your city officials finding out about this scandal?
Yes,
If we could flip to the next page. I'm sorry. Yeah, if you'll just read the next 2 pages, just the back and forth.
so picking up, Chief Davis says, "Maybe goody shit." The response is, "Gotta be, I can't do it, gorilla pimp." Chief Davis says, "Only way I know, does she talk to you?" "Nope, she getting too much attention." "Oh, I see, it's all good. I saved her for the last time. I wish I could tell her who she fucking can't do shit for her." Response is, "I wish I could too, then we could both play." Chief Davis says, "Can't fuck Lewis though, because those pics are," and then there's a fire emoji. "I see your other one is getting married or having a ceremony tomorrow." Response, LMAO, "Yeah, she doesn't call me anymore. She only talked to me because I'm chief. Oh, I'm thinking you're talking about 367. The response is, "BM only called me about her car." Then the response is, "We got another one. You just let me know."
And I'll just stop you right there. Did you get any context of we got another one? Did that mean anything to you? It's okay if the answer is no.
I don't recall what that was about.
Okay, so then where does Mr. Davis pick up? What's that next line?
October 31st, he says, "You never sent whatever."
And on the next page, is that a follow-up response? I'm on old boy.
Yes, he said, "I'm on old boy," and the response is 1, 2, give me a few.
And then what did Mr. McGowan send to former Chief Davis?
A photograph of Officer Hall's behind and a video of her masturbating.
And then what did Mr. former Chief Davis say?
He says 367 question mark, "She must be obsessed." The response is, "Oh, hell yeah, that nigga needs to stop, LOL."
And then you can just keep reading.
Chief Davis says, "Yep," and the response is, "But damn." Says it's hard to look at her and not say, "You know, I know, LOL." The response is, "She's definitely got it."
All right, and then is there a gap in time between the next messages? It looks like you started at October 31st.
Yes, and the next one picks up on December 1st.
And what did Mr. McGowan send to former Chief Davis on December 1st?
Another video of Ms. Hall masturbating.
Is that a different video than the first one?
It appears so.
And what was former Chief Davis's response? Oh, these might be other messages. I'm sorry, we can come back to those. So from that, did you determine that Mr. McGowan's actions would constitute sexual harassment under the city's policy?
Absolutely, yes.
And does the city's policy for sexual harassment include the dissemination of inappropriate photos?
Yes.
And so is that one of the reasons Mr. McGowan was terminated?
Yes.
Okay. And then flipping over to the next 2 pages, it looks like maybe the date on those is September 9th for one of them, and then December 12th for another. Can you just describe to the commission what those photos are?
So on the page that starts with a September 9th timestamp, chief responds, "Damn it." And then there's a photo of a different officer, a fully nude photo of a different officer that was sent. And then he responds with V question mark. And the response is yes, but not sent to me.
And who is V? Because they, Mr. McGowan was talking about her in the interview as well.
Officer Bresentine.
Okay. And so has Mr. McGowan at this point sent inappropriate photos of 2 different female officers to another employee at Laverne Police Department?
Yes, and on that page, it would also appear if what he said was true, he is resending an image of someone that he did not receive to a third party as well.
Okay, so at this point, was it clear to you that there were multiple people involved in the dissemination of pornographic images throughout the department?
Yes.
And then on the last page, December 12th, did you determine what that's a photograph of?
So just for context on this, during the second investigation that the city ordered into Chief Davis, which was done not by me, but by a third-party investigator, that attorney asked the mayor for his source to provide text context to some of the things that he was looking into. And a package was received by the mayor and then passed to that attorney, which met the attorney's needs. At the very back of that packet was this text and this photograph that he did not request, and to this day, I do not know who that image is.
Does it seem to be another nude woman?
Yes.
What was your ultimate conclusion about Mr. McGowan's internal affairs investigation? Did you find that he was in violation of departmental policies or procedures?
Absolutely, multiple.
And what were those?
He violated policy that's in the employee handbook on workplace violence. He violated policy in the handbook and in the general orders of the police department on his conduct, including the exchanging of pornographic images, and he lied during the course of the investigation.
And is there anything else that you believe the commission needs to know about this matter to determine whether Mr. McGowan should remain certified as a post certified officer?
I am happy to answer any questions, but I don't know that there's anything additional that I have an answer for you.
Was Mr. McGowan ultimately terminated from his position as a sergeant at Laverne Police Department?
Yes.
And was that for disciplinary reasons?
Yes.
And no further questions, Chairman.
Mr. Mitchell?
Pat, and I'll kind of dance around a little bit because we covered a lot of territory. The text messages that you've been discussing with Ms. Nicely between Chief Davis's secret phone and Mr. McGowan's phone, did I understand you to say that those were received after Mr. McGowan's termination?
If I remember the timing correctly, yes.
So they were not included in the grounds for termination of Mr. McGowan, correct?
These text messages were not.
The initial meeting that you and Mr. McGowan had where you met at Nice's Middle and between Smyrna and Murfreesboro, and then you went somewhere else and got out and it was drizzling, you got back in Mr. McGowan's car. It's pretty apparent in listening to the audio and reading the transcript of that the two of you were completely confused as to why you were meeting. Is that fair to say?
No, I wouldn't say that's fair to say. I knew why I was there.
Okay, and Mr. McGowan knew why he was there, but you weren't there for the same reason, correct?
That would be true in the sense of if indeed you were to say that what Mr. McGowan's reason was at the time was truthful.
Well, do you have any reason to believe it wasn't?
Yes, because I specifically asked the mayor to set me up a meeting with his source.
Okay.
And that meeting was set up and Mr. McGowan was the one who showed up.
And ultimately, it was determined that his source was not, in fact, Mr. McGowan, but a city commissioner.
A county commissioner.
County commissioner, excuse me. Correct?
Yes,
So the mayor lied to you.
yes,
So Mr. McGowan being there thinking he was there for another reason is completely accurate.
it is now. I wouldn't say I knew that at the time, but yes, it is now.
Well, you did know it at the time because the two of you talked about it at the time.
I didn't believe him at the time.
You told him you believed him,
I know I did.
so you were lying to him.
No, I was investigating a very serious concern.
He showed you his phone during that meeting, correct?
Yes,
You went over the text messages that he had in there, correct?
yes,
During that meeting, you told him, I believe you,
yes,
didn't you?
yes,
And you said that during the course of your investigation, you had people telling you things and you think that, or you thought at that time that people were dropping his name and another name just to kind of confuse the investigation. Is that accurate?
I told him that, yes.
Was that true?
No,
What did you believe going into that?
I believed that what Mr. McGowan was telling me through the course of that conversation was slanted and tainted and missing information. And so my questions progressed to try to get him to feel comfortable enough to share more.
Did you accomplish your mission?
I feel confident in the work that I did.
Let's talk about the work that you did. You have testified to looking at all of the text messages, and then you confronted Mr. McGowan in the second meeting, and you said that you believed that he had deleted messages, correct?
Yes,
What proof do you have of the commission today that he deleted text messages? Where are those text messages?
they are in existence from other officers.
Where are they for this meeting here today?
You would have to address that to the state.
I'm addressing it to you. You're the witness.
All text messages are publicly available.
So your testimony here today is he deleted messages, but you don't provide the messages.
No, I'm saying all information is publicly available. I'm not holding on to any information, sir.
What do those messages say?
I wouldn't be able to quote them verbatim. It's too much information in this case to remember all of those details.
Now, in the second meeting, you talk about being fearful of Mr. McGowan's behavior, that he was uncooperative, rude, and extremely aggressive. At no point in time during that meeting do you address those concerns with Mr. McGowan or with Chief Davis, do you?
Yeah.
You don't say, Mr. McGowan, I'm sorry, but you're getting a little hostile here.
Uh,
You need to tone it down a little bit.
Chief Davis does at one point. I do not.
At any point in time, does he jump up, throw anything across the room?
There are moments in that conversation where his body language definitely is more towards me. I'm sitting directly across from him. And there are moments when he is more animated in his responses, yes.
So the answer to my question is no.
Did he throw anything at
Did he
me?
stand up, throw anything across the room?
No,
Did he verbally threaten you at any point in time? He didn't, did he?
no.
He didn't raise a hand to you? Correct?
He didn't hit me, no, if that's what you mean.
He didn't act like he was going to hit you. He didn't pull back like he was going to take a swing at you at any time, did he?
His body language at the time was definitely a more aggressive stance.
Again, the answer to my question would be no, right?
I would not agree with that answer, no.
So at some point in time, he reared back like he was going to take a swing at you.
No, he did not rear back like he was gonna take a swing at me.
That was my question, Mr. Patton. Did he ever rear back like he was going to take a swing at you?
It was the second part of your question. The first part of your question, I did not agree with.
The only time the meeting was paused was by Mr. McGowan himself,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
So at no point in time during this meeting, did you feel threatened enough to stop the meeting?
I did not stop the meeting.
You start out the meeting almost immediately by basically telling Mr. McGowan that you believe he's lying and that he has deleted text messages.
Yes,
Would you not expect that meeting to, at that point in time, become confrontational?
what I expected he would tell me the truth.
But when you're calling someone a liar, there's going to be a confrontation, isn't there?
There could be.
And that's not altogether unexpected, is it?
I would say it doesn't necessarily happen every time. So if that's what your definition of expected is, then yes.
The workplace violence incident that you said was grounds for Mr. McGowan's termination. That didn't even come to light until, by your own testimony, a month after it occurred.
Yes,
And it only came to light when you confronted Ms. Smith about potentially being a leak within your office, correct?
yes.
And it was at that point in time, she said, oh, by the way, something happened a month ago. I need to tell you about it.
Yes,
And didn't the other young lady's name escapes me? What was it? Do you recall?
Miss Presley.
Miss Presley. Didn't Miss Presley tell you in your investigation of that event that at the time, everybody was kind of laughing and joking about it?
Yes,
That falls in line with Mr. McGowan's version of the events, correct?
yes,
And Ms. Smith even said that she didn't say anything to anyone at that point in time, correct?
her statement includes feeling scared and threatened and felt like she was cornered.
But Ms. Presley didn't see that from her. She saw her being laughing and jovial, correct?
That's what the witness said, yes.
So in essence, the mere act of touching the other employee is the violence, correct?
Yeah, any unwanted conduct or contact.
there any other witnesses to that event?
Not that I'm aware of.
I think Mr. McGowan told you that maybe a janitor by the name of Webster had passed by and seen it, or so he thought.
That's what he said, yes.
Did you go and talk to Mr. Webster?
I did not.
After the meeting that you had with Mr. McGowan at Nice's Mill and then at another location, did you ever go to the mayor and say, what was this all about? Mr. McGowan says that he thought he was there for another reason.
At one point, I had a meeting with the mayor that has been, it's recorded and available, where I asked him a question about clarity, and in that meeting, he told me that he had mixed up the details.
Did you believe him?
The mayor,
Yes,
that he had mixed up details?
yes.
Yes, to the extent, but I had no way to verify what he was telling me.
So based on what the mayor was saying, he sent Mr. McGowan there actually for something other than the incident involving Officer Hall and inappropriate sexual activity within the Laverne Police Department?
The mayor said that he had gotten his concerns confused and had attached the wrong person to that. Like, that's a paraphrase, but the recording dictated exactly what he said.
And later on, did you come to find out that Mr. McGowan actually did have some other concerns with the office about the practices of Chief Davis with regards to hiring and promotions?
The files that he had in the vehicle the day I met with him were post-termination turned back over to us.
And they were?
Files of a promotion process prior to my employment with the city.
And were they inappropriate?
The papers? No.
What was the hiring practice, the promotion practice inappropriate or not up to standards?
No, nothing stood out in the papers that he provided to warrant that.
In the interview that you had with Mr. McGowan with Chief Davis, after Garrity has been read and signed off on by Mr. McGowan, when he answers the question in the negative about sending the inappropriate photo to Ms. Hall, you continue on, you finally get to ask your question after he asks you to continue on, and you start talking about the event that occurred before Ms. Hall was hired, correct?
I would not use that language, no, because when we offer a candidate a position and they accept it, that's the very first part of the hiring process.
Before she was an officer with the Laverne Police Department.
Yes.
And it was after you brought that party up that he said, wait a minute, I need to self-report something. So he corrected himself. Is that not permitted in an interview?
Sure, that's absolutely permitted, with the exception that Mr. McGowan was, in my opinion, intentionally deceitful at the start of that interview.
But that's your subjective opinion.
That's correct. That's my job to do.
And even in your even in your assessment, you said that it's more likely than not that these things occurred.
Correct.
The statements of Ms. Hall concerning Mr. McGowan, such as where she says that he told her, if you ever want to use me, there is no text history or anything concerning that allegation, is there?
No, that was verbally told to me.
That is strictly from Ms. Hall herself
Yes,
when she was under investigation,
yes,
and she's naming names.
yes.
And the information about Mr. McGowan directing the investigation and getting stories straight and all of that. There's no text messages or recorded calls or anything like that to validate your assertions on it.
There are no calls or text messages. That's correct.
That's information from Sergeant Powell, Lewis Powell,
Yes,
and Megan Hall.
yes.
Did the three of them conspire together, or was this something where Mr. McGowan is meeting with Ms. Powell, Sergeant Powell and Ms. Hall independently?
My recollection is that those were independent meetings, but there was a effort to coordinate all three of those stories to be consistent.
And again, that's strictly based on two other people who were under investigation and ultimately were terminated from the Laverne Police Department.
Yes,
There were several individuals who admittedly had sexual relations with Ms. Hall who were not terminated, correct?
correct,
They were given suspensions.
correct.
Were their text messages checked to see if any inappropriate messaging had occurred between them and other officers? If they had disseminated anything?
I don't recall that we looked at either of those cell phones.
So in the course of the investigation with all of the allegations going on and the texting back and forth of inappropriate videos and pictures and all of this, you don't check the phones of three officers who admittedly had sex with her?
The three officers that you're referring to, I believed at the time, and it proved out to be that way, that were not trying to deceive me during the course of the investigation and did not lie, and that's why they kept their jobs, is that they fully participated and did not lie. They also did not have sex on duty.
Do you have anything other than the statements of Ms. Hall that Mr. McGowan ever had sex with her?
There is now testimony from another officer that he believes that took place as well, yes.
Which officer would that be?
How?
Well, Officer Powell, who admittedly had sex with her, believes that Mr. McGowan had sex with her,
Yes,
but he doesn't provide anything to back that up, does he?
there is testimony in an ongoing lawsuit with the city where that can be discovered.
But that's testimony. So he's testified that it happened,
Under oath, yes,
that he believes it's happened,
yes.
but no documentation, no text messages between him and Mr. McGowan that, yes, I had sex with her.
Not that I've seen.
We've heard talk about the incident involving the inappropriate picture sent by Mr. McGowan to Ms. Hall, and that at the time she was not a sworn law enforcement officer. And you've talked about, we consider them, they're working with officers during the application process. At what point in time does an individual applying to be a police officer with the Laverne Police Department actually become an employee of the city of Laverne?
When they've successfully completed all of their prerequisites.
Does that happen automatically, or is there an interview process? Walk me through this.
So a candidate would apply, then they would show up for a physical PT test and a written test. If they are selected for an interview, they are invited for an interview. At that point, I get a recommendation to hire. And then they are put through the background, the polygraph, psychological, and then a medical exam.
So if an individual takes a PT test and fails it, what happens?
My assumption would be is that I never hear about it in HR. They don't progress.
Do they get an opportunity to take the test multiple times?
I think that has happened, yes.
So once they pass the PT test, they're part of the way there, but they're not an employee of the city of Laverne at that moment.
Correct, at that moment, that's correct.
They have to go through interviews, investigation, you got the background check, and only then do they start drawing a paycheck from the city of Laverne.
That's correct.
So if the testimony is that Ms. Hall had just passed her PT test, she's not an employee of the city of Laverne, is she?
I can't testify that that's when that took place. I don't know where she was in the course of her hiring process.
I understand,
But you are correct in saying she was not a paid employee at that time.
in the handbook for the city of Laverne or the Laverne Police Department, and the rules and regulations don't apply to those individuals who have not been officially hired by the city of Laverne, correct?
Correct.
The messages that have been submitted that came from Mr. McGowan's phone and the exchange between himself and Chief Davis's secret phone, were those messages from Mr. McGowan's city issued phone or from his personal phone?
They were not from his city issued phone.
And you mentioned that most city employees that are issued a city phone also keep a personal phone.
Yes,
And that's so that the city can look at anything that goes out on the city phone, correct?
that's correct.
So if there's anything you don't want, even if it's just messages with a wife or a child or a friend or anything like that, that's what your personal phone's for.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, could we take a break so I can confer with my client?
Yes, certainly. Is 15 minutes sufficient for
I
you?
think that'll be plenty. Thank
All
you.
right. Right now it's 3:20. We'll come back at 3:30.
Did you see with your eyes the text between Mr. McGowan and Megan Hall that he showed you in the car that day?
Yes,
What was the nature of those text messages?
they were graphic descriptions of some sexual acts, and also talking about illnesses and, you know, a general conversation, banter back and forth, but predominantly sexual in nature.
Did Ms. Hall ask Mr. McGowan to like rub her feet? Was that one of the text messages? It's okay if you don't remember.
Possibly, I don't recall.
If there's a message, if there's an audio recording of Mr. McGowan saying that, would you agree that that's accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a text message saying that she was gonna dress cute to come over to his house?
Yes,
Okay, and Mr. McGowan admitted to sending a inappropriate picture to Ms. Hall in your internal affairs interview, is that correct?
that's correct.
So would those text messages have constituted sexual harassment, if that was the exchange?
Yes, along with the sharing of the other officer photographs as well would constitute that according to our handbook.
Okay. When Ms. Hall was a candidate for employment at the Woodburn Police Department, would she have known or have reason to know that Mr. McGowan was a police officer with Woodburn at that time?
Yes,
And would Mr. McGowan have known or have reason to know that Ms. Hall was a candidate for employment?
yes, there's evidence in this case that he was assigned to help her get trained or get physically fit for the process.
So your understanding is that when Mr. McGowan sent the sexually explicit picture to Ms. Hall, she was a candidate, was she a candidate for employment at that time?
Yes,
And was Mr. McGowan at that time assigned to help her get through that process, that hiring process?
yes,
Did Mr. McGowan admit to putting his hands around Bethany Smith's neck?
yes,
And that was on the job,
yes,
that was during work hours?
yes.
No further questions, John.
Any additional comments?
Pat, you make note in the audio, when you're reviewing those text messages on Mr. McGowan's phone, that it is overwhelmingly Ms. Hall reaching out to Mr. McGowan, correct?
Yes,
Who's her, at that point in time, I guess, superior,
yes,
and he is not responding to those messages, is he? In what you read?
I did not see any response from him.
The only response would be, I'm sick, or just no response at all. And in fact, in those messages, at one point, she even gets agitated because he's not responding, correct?
Yes,
It doesn't qualify as sexual harassment under those circumstances, does it?
not with the information that he showed me.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, commissioners, any questions for me? Go ahead.
Commissioner Parton.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'll
I'm
let
being to you.
Okay, go ahead, you did.
Sir, during this time, were your testimony that Ms. Hall was not officially a quote unquote police officer? But the said defendant today, what was correct?
Yes,
And would he have had a due diligence as a Laverne City police officer, whether he was a patrolman, a detective, or a detective sergeant, or for that matter, just maybe if he had just by chance been a civilian employee of the police department, would he have had a due diligence to report to the chief or report to you that a potential candidate that was being mentored by him and others might have been conducting themselves in a lewd and immoral way, that they might have been a bad candidate to be a Laverne City police officer? Would there have been, I guess my question is, would they needed to report that to you or the chief or the mayor?
to me, that would be common sense.
Okay,
I would
that's
say
the only
yes.
question I got. Thank you.
Go right ahead, sir.
Commissioner Lane, prior to your investigation, the official interview that you had when the chief was involved, did Chief Davis was he privileged to the incriminating evidence that you had developed let's see here, Mr. McGowan?
Yes, Chief Davis participated on my invitation in every interview, every conversation, with the exception of the very first interview with Ms. Hall. He did not show up for that one. But he was in every other one, and then he and I would talk in the evenings to plan what we were going to do the next day, who we were going to talk to, who was on duty, where we should go, what we thought. So he was abreast of all of that information throughout the course of the investigation.
So he knew the directions you were going
Yes.
during that interview?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners?
Commissioner Green, I've got two. You referenced both on the video and then in the conversation of a person named Ty. I'm assuming you were referring to Mr. McGowan.
Yes.
Okay.
And when he was a city employee, he went by his middle name.
I do too, but I was just making sure it was there. And then my other question would be is, if any civilian complained about receiving inappropriate photos of genitalia, how would you, from an employee, how would the city of Laverne handle that, regardless of there's
Are you saying if
any citizen complained that they had received photos of individuals' genitalia from a city employee, especially the police department, how would the city have handled that complaint against that employee?
Sure, Commissioner, I think I would answer that two ways. I would say if the complaint was from a city employee, most likely that would include HR. If the report was from, or the concern was from a citizen, that probably would be an internal investigation that the police department would have handled.
But if the city employee was found that that had happened, how would the city have reacted to that employee? Would they be retained? Would they be disciplined?
They would be disciplined.
Could it include termination?
Sure.
That's all I need to know.
Commissioner,
Hold up. Go ahead, I'm sorry. You've been waiting patiently.
Commissioner Carter, I'm still trying to process this workplace violence. My question is, why was he there in the first place, and why did they wait a month to report it?
I don't know that, Commissioner, I can answer either of those questions with certainty. I don't know what, employees come visit HR all the time. So he would have had a right to come. I don't know what his purpose was that particular day. And I don't know why they delayed reporting it. I certainly took action as soon as I was made aware.
When you confronted the two ladies, is that when she told you that the incident happened?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel that maybe she might have gotten in trouble when you confronted them about leaking information? That's why she brought this to light?
That wasn't a concern that I shared, given the totality of the investigation. This was obviously an additional complicating factor, but when the witness explained what happened, and when you read the complaint statement from Ms. Smith, her words stand alone to me as an investigator.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Spangler, were you aware of any time did the Laverne Police Department, did they do an internal investigation?
Apart from mine?
Yes.
No.
That's all I have.
Anyone else?
Commissioner Wright. On your first meeting, Mr. McCowan, I think was at a boat ramp or something of that nature. He presented his phone to you. You looked through it. Then you said you didn't realize at the time, but you later was able to piece in some that you think or 100% knew that he had deleted from there.
Yes, sir.
So there were some other text messages that we didn't necessarily see here today, but you had firsthand witnessed.
Yes, there are phone records that have been turned over during the course of discovery in the lawsuits that confirm that there are discrepancies between what was provided by Mr. McGowan and what his actual phone records show exist as well.
And the next part is he was terminated in January. I'm gonna mail it up. January 4th, 04 was terminated from Burn Place Park. Then we were presented with this into evidence that doesn't have a year on it, but this was after his termination. These text messages, I think they were exhibit 2.
Yes, sir. He provided those to us post termination.
And it just has October 25th. I would assume that would have been October
2021 or 2022.
2022.
Yes.
Okay. Just clarification on that. And I noticed that the dates on these that he actually handed over to you was kind of, looked like there might have been some missing information in there too, because October 25th and nothing to the 28th, and nothing to the 31st, and then nothing the month of November. Then again, December 1st, 3rd, and 5th. You didn't have any evidence of potentially these text messages being manipulated when it comes to you.
Did we have any evidence that they were manipulated when he turned them over?
That he had deleted some information out of this when he gave it.
No.
There was some huge gap differences in dates.
Correct. No, it was only in the discovery days of looking at his actual phone bills that showed that there was missing text messages and calls.
Okay. It seemed like that there was some kind of a relationship or something before she ever started employment with Laverne. Because some of this happened when she was in that, I guess, pre-hiring phase or in the hiring phase before pre-employment. Just my curiosity, do we have any idea what that relationship would be? Because I wouldn't think it would be common for an officer to already have a phone number of applicant who's trying out to be a law enforcement. You have any?
So the department has a like a mentoring type program where they can connect people to help them through the process to answer their questions. At this particular, the event that he's talking about was described as a strip party. Obviously had nothing to do with employment or the process of getting hired. Obviously, he would have knowledge based on his own admittance that he was helping her get stronger, get physically fit in order to, I'm assuming, get to the academy and do a better job there.
Basically being a mentor.
Yes.
So at some point during that time, they could have interchanged phone numbers.
Sure.
During that process. Okay,
Sure.
That kind of closes that up. I'm just wondering if there's anything prior to.
Thank you, Commissioner Doggett. Is there a prohibition within your policy or handbook about exchanging inappropriate text or nude photos between employees of the city?
Yes, there is a section of our handbook that talks about relationships, and if you're having a relationship, it describes what the qualifications are for that you need to come to HR and let us know about that so that we can be aware of it. Obviously, if that's happening, we can move people to different shifts or different departments if there's a supervisor type issue. And then the chapter 9 of the handbook is the sexual harassment and discrimination chapter. There's very descriptive language on what qualifies as sexual harassment.
So if someone disseminated a photograph of another individual without their permission, would that fall underneath maybe one of those sexual harassment?
Yes, and I also understand that there's a TCA that's a crime as well.
And one other question, I want to go back to what Commissioner Carter had asked about the workplace violence. You stated on the 22nd, you went to an event center and you met with two ladies in the hallway,
It was the 15th.
or the 15th, I'm sorry.
Yes.
The 15th, you met with two ladies in the hallway.
Yes,
Could you remind me what was said during that?
sure. Both ladies worked in HR, Miss Smith and Miss Presley. They were there to set up for the holiday event, and I went because I received information from Mr. McGowan in a text that there might be some information leaking from my office. And knowing that I had just spoken about him that morning, I wanted to figure out what was happening. So I went there to ask them if we had a problem. And they asked about what, and I said, is there information leaking from our office? I have reason to believe that conversations that took place this morning have somehow gotten out. I've since learned, you know, there's a lot of hindsight, but since learned that all of that was a makeup. It was all make believe. It was a text between Mr. McGowan and Chief Davis, where he asked him permission to put this in play so he could prove that, you know, that this potentially is happening, but it was all made up. None of it was real. And so when they had a surprise to me of, I don't know what you're talking about, it was at that moment, as the commissioner here asked, that Miss Smith told me about the event that took place.
And that's Bethany.
Yes,
The recording that we heard, was that before that event, before that day on the 15th, or was that afterwards?
that was after.
Because in the recording, you stated that Bethany did not tell you that happened. You said that it was a witness told you about that.
I don't think that's what the transcript reads. We can certainly refer to it, but both the complainant and the witness were Miss Smith and Miss Presley. They were together at the time when she told me. Like, sure.
Commissioner Jeffers. So you've talked about the other three officers that wound up being placed on suspension for basically their conduct related to this incident. Why were their phones checked? I mean, for inappropriate things. I mean, you said they weren't checked, but why were they not checked?
It's a valid question, Commissioner. I can just tell you that my recollection during that time was asking officers direct questions, and if they gave me the answer that validated the information I already had, I took them at that face value and continued to push forward with that.
And pursue it any further once you had the answer you was looking for?
There were a lot of moving parts in this.
Sounds
But I don't have a recollection of digging deeper.
And then another question I wound up having is that the janitor was brought in, was evidently the person that witnessed the horseplay incident. Why was he not interviewed?
So the only person to put the janitor in play was Mr. McGowan.
Okay.
I had a conversation with the gals in my office. They have no memory of that. And then actually that particular janitor is not assigned to our building.
Okay.
We have another janitor that's assigned to our building.
But still, yet, if there was an incident where, a janitor saw something that could be physically harming to someone, you figured that, since coming forward, since that's the person that's making the allegation, if something did wind up pursuing into some sort of criminal charge, I mean, you need to interview him or her, whoever the case may be, to wind up saying as a witness for possible future prosecution if there was something.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, with the exception that if I heard you correctly, he did not bring the complaint.
Okay, but he witnessed it.
I don't think he witnessed it. I didn't ask him if he witnessed it, and the two ladies in my office said nothing about having another person see what happened. It was only the complainant made the complaint, and the witness who sits directly behind her with a window between herself validated what the complainant said happened.
And is there I'm just gonna ask, is there a policy for horseplay, that, you don't horseplay around in the office on your
You won't find that terminology in our handbook, but
Right.
our handbook does talk about any unwanted physical.
And one last question on this particular incident right here. I mean, I know you're having to look into it, but you know, later on or during the course of that, was there a third party that was, you know, brought in to investigate, you know, this further? I mean, as far as that way they could be a recorder of fact and then wind up coming in.
There was a third party, but he was not hired to investigate any of these complaints. He was hired by the city to investigate Chief Davis and Chief Davis's involvement. The result of that investigation resulted in his termination.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Liggins, on the workplace violence that we've been discussing, do y'all have video cameras in that building?
In the building, yes.
Would there have been one in the office to where this action occurred?
No, there's no video cameras inside of the HR office.
Any other commissioners? All right. Any redirect after hearing those questions, Ms. Dyson?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross after hearing those?
Please. Pat, you were asked about the involvement between a candidate and an actual employee and reporting the inappropriate behavior of that individual. And you said it would be common sense to do so. Is it written down anywhere? Is it a directive from the city of Laverne to its employees?
Not that I'm aware.
So the city of Laverne, as I understand it, doesn't think it's enough of an issue to put it in its handbook, but you're sitting here today telling us that common sense says they ought to do it.
No, sir, I wouldn't agree with that comment. I would say that, as I'm sure you're aware, the employee handbook is a living, breathing document. There is no way that any corporation, city, government, municipality's handbook could cover all issues and all terminologies.
But something going directly to the hiring of an individual would be something pretty relevant, wouldn't you think?
I would think that it would be abnormal for a candidate to undress in front of a ranked officer in the process. I think that would be uncommon. In fact, it's the first time I've ever heard it happening in my experience.
Now, there was talk about sexual harassment, and you said that the sending of those messages violates the city's sexual harassment policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's contained in Chapter 9 on workplace harassment and violence,
Yes, chapter 9.
and specifically Section 9.2 deals with sexual harassment.
I don't have the handbook in front of me, but I believe it's quoted in the report.
I totally agree.
This is good.
Yeah, same thing.
Your Honor, I've got something I would like to show Mr. Patton. May I approach?
Yes, please.
Mr. Patton, do you recognize that document?
Yes, it's a copy of page 51 of our handbook.
And what does that policy or that page and that policy govern within the handbook?
This is workplace harassment and violence.
Okay. Specifically, I think, is it 9.4 that deals with sexual harassment?
This page only has 9.1, 2, and 3, and 9.2 is titled sexual harassment.
Okay, I'm sorry, 9.2 instead of 9.4. Would you review section 9.2 and tell me where it says that the trading of sexual images not in the workplace and not on a work phone is sexual harassment as deemed by the city?
That language is not found in this paragraph.
Okay, is it anywhere within the handbook?
There is a section, your question was slanted directly at off-duty activity.
Well, because it talks about on duty there.
Would you like me to read the section for everybody? I'm the only one who has it. Sexual harassment, which is harassment directed at an individual because of his or her gender, is one form of harassment prohibited under this policy. The city of Laverne will not tolerate sexual harassment, and prompt action will be taken to investigate and resolve sexual harassment complaints. Sexual harassment occurs when submission to sexual advances is a condition of employment, when submission to or rejection of sexual advances is the basis for an employment decision, or when the conduct of another based on gender has unreasonably interfered with the affected person's work performance or created an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment. Sexual harassment can be conduct directed toward a man or a woman by either sex and includes the following behaviors. Number 1, unwanted physical contact or conduct of any kind, including sexual flirtations, touching, advances, or propositions. Number 2, verbal harassment of a sexual nature, such as lewd comments, sexual jokes or references, or offensive personal references. Number 3, demeaning, insulting, intimidating, or sexually suggestive comments about or directed to an individual based on his or her gender. Number 4, the display in the workplace of demeaning, insulting, intimidating, or sexually suggestive objects, pictures, or photographs. Number 5, demeaning insults, intimidating, or sexually suggestive written, recorded, or electronically transmitted materials such as email, instant message, and internet materials. Any employee who believes that an individual's actions or words in the workplace constitute unwelcome sexual harassment or any other form of harassment or discrimination described in this section has a responsibility to report that situation as soon as possible.
May I approach? John?
Yes.
And it's your testimony here today, as I understand it, Mr. Patton, that the text messages on personal phones between Mr. McGowan and Chief Davis were sexual harassment.
It's a form of sexual harassment, yes.
It's a form of sexual harassment. Was that a sexual harassment that anyone within the city of Laverne, any officer employed by the city of Laverne, I guess I should say, complained about? Those text messages being passed back and forth.
The ones that your client provided were post-termination.
So nobody had complained about those specific text messages?
No.
Is the mentoring program you mentioned something that is overseen by the city and officers are assigned for this mentoring program? Is it informal? How would you characterize it?
I would just describe it as something that the police department runs through their process of hiring. And probably informal is the word I would use.
There's nothing in any city handbook or policies and procedures that governs this mentoring program, correct?
There's nothing in the city handbook. I don't know if there's any written general order that would cover it.
Those are my questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional questions from the commissioners? All right, seeing none, you are excused. Thank you.
Your Honor, that would conclude the department's proof in this matter.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mitchell, are you ready to get started with your witness, or do you need a break?
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right.
Call Mr. McGowan.
Mr. McCowen, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir, you are Henry Ty McGowan.
Yes, sir.
You're the subject of this action brings us here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're gonna need to move that microphone just a little closer, or move closer to it, or speak up, or a combination thereof.
Sorry.
Everybody in here wants to hear you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. McGowan, we've gone through a lot of material this afternoon. Let's start with the first meeting between yourself and Mr. Patton. Explain to the commission how that meeting came to be.
That meeting came to be.
You're gonna have to speak up. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Okay, that meeting came to be because of, in October, I went to the mayor personally, went to his office.
October of
2022.
just a few months before.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I went to the office of the mayor to complain about what was going on as far as hiring practices and promotion practices inside the police department with Chief Davis.
What were your concerns?
My concern was the narcotics division, which I was over, had a promotion process. Myself, a Smyrna detective, a Murfreesboro detective, as well as internal, one of my detectives had made up the board for the promotion process. In that process, we chose a Hispanic officer to promote him to detective narcotics. I went to Chief Davis about this, and he did not want that Hispanic officer. And the rankings was a Hispanic officer, a white officer, and the guy he chose.
So the hiring decision was his ultimately?
It was his. It was his. He sent me an email, which is part of my lawsuit. It's like quick long email saying if you give me Harry, I'll give you Vega and CSU, which he was already over narcotics. And with me being over narcotics, he was going to give me the crime suppression unit as well. And he was going to promote Vega to crime suppression to give me both of them, which I can utilize Vega as one of UC's.
Okay. All right, so you take this concern to the mayor. Walk us through this. What happens next?
I took it to the mayor. I was vague about what was going on. I said, there's bad stuff going on over here. This is October. And there's a lot of questions about the text messages and everything. But that's when I started keeping everything that was pertaining to Chief Davis. Whenever this promotion, he hired another guy, Jarvis Campbell, I think his name, Jarvis Campbell. He hired him, and Smyrna did an investigation on him, and they said no. And the detective doing the background, which we share an office with Narcotics Division and CSU. I mean, yes, Narcotics Division, CSU, K9, and the regular detectives shared an office. So of course, us detectives talked, and they're like, "This guy's bad. This guy's bad. This guy's bad." Of course, I got the briefing on that, and what really sent me over was Chief Davis showed me a criminal psych, or not a criminal psych, but a psych eval that was done by one of the officers there. And
done by or done on?
Done on. It was done by Metro Police. Metro Police did the background on this officer. So whenever during the during the course of the background, they requested that all that information from Metro that she had applied with them. And what I saw on that was very disturbing. I really don't want to go into details about it, but it was disturbing. So with that, combined with the hiring of Jarvis, I believe his name is Jarvis Campbell, I think it was Officer Jarvis Campbell, and with the promotion of Harry Hollins over two other very, very qualified officers. I had to say something. But during that course, it was October, and it was an election year. The mayor told me, he said, I cannot address this right now. He said, I cannot. He said, just hold on to what you got, and we'll address it after the election. And that's when I got wind that I needed to talk to Mr. Patton about what was going on.
Okay, when you say got wind, what's got wind mean?
I'm sorry, one more time.
What does got wind mean? You said you got wind that you needed to go see.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Patton.
No, the mayor actually contacted me directly. He said, I'm sorry. He sent me a text message saying that to meet him at I picked the spot. He asked me, where do you want to meet him? At the time, I was doing a narcotic search warrant. The initial meeting that he wanted me to do, I had a search warrant going on, and I couldn't meet him at that time. But I believe it was the next day or after. I can't remember exactly because the information is not right in front of me. But after that, I was able to meet him with that. The files, the promotion files I had at my house, we had made myself and Detective Kraus, as well as another detective from Smyrna and another detective from Murfreesboro PD. We had made copies of those, and we kept those copies. So we'd have those copies of the numbering system and where they ranked as far as the candidates for that.
How did you keep and store those?
I kept them in the green. Actually kept the original copy. Chief Davis never requested them, so I kept the original copies. But I've got a email with the copies of the evaluations sent to my email address. There's several copies of it. Not sure how Detective Kraus kept his.
Specifically, how did you keep yours?
Oh, I kept mine in the green folders. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm trying to get to that. These are the green folders that Mr. Patton was talking about in your vehicle.
Yes, sir. These are the green folders that were in my vehicle. Green narcotics. So that's how we kept our folders. And anytime somebody's seen a green folder, they know it's narcotics.
All right. So when the mayor tells you you're having this meeting, what does he tell you the topic of the meeting is?
He doesn't tell me a topic. He just tells me to go meet him and talk about what I need to talk about.
Okay. And so your thought is it's about what?
About Davis and the unfair promotion and hiring practices.
And so we've heard Mr. Patton talk about meeting at one boat dock and then moving around to another one. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. We met at Nice's Mill Dam initially, and I worked across the way, and I made sure that he wasn't followed in. And then I told him to move, and I came over and told him to move, let's follow me. So I went to another boat ramp that's right there, Smyrna Air Base. There's a boat ramp there, small little boat ramp. I couldn't put my boat in there, but it's a small little boat ramp for like John boats or something.
All right, so we've heard testimony about the meeting between the two of you.
Yes, sir.
Your thought going in was that this meeting was about what you had in the green folders.
Yes, sir.
And how soon did you learn that it was about something else?
Almost immediately. Almost immediately. He initially said, tell me what you know about me. I'm not here for that. excuse me, I'm not, I wasn't here for that. I mean,
When he said Megan, you knew who he meant.
I knew who he meant. I knew what he meant. I knew what he was talking about. He was talking about there was a party or something on somebody's house, like it's gone wild. People, the word is that rumor mill, and everybody hears everything. Everybody says something. By the time the story gets to the end of the table, it's been changed 10 times. But that's why I didn't think it was important. And that party had happened so long ago, I didn't think it was anything relevant to be concerned about.
And so going through the meeting with us, were you cooperative with Mr. Patton?
I was very cooperative with Mr. Patton. At one point, he said that my name came up as a suspect or suspected of sleeping with Ms. Hall. He was sitting right there. We were in my truck. He was sitting right there by me in the passenger seat. Of course, his thumbprint opened up my phone. I went straight to her name and I said, no. And I looked to see my phone. And he come through the phone. He come through everything.
And he's testified about messages where she's propositioning you.
Right.
But you're not responding to those.
No, sir, I'm not. I know he said something about missing text messages. There's one in particular that I know of. Anybody here hangs at the lake or by the lake, anywhere that you get no reception, little to no reception by Priest Lake. We were at the range. During my text message, it said we were at the range. TWRA range on Hobson Pike, right there beside the lake, beside Priest Lake, on the Hobson Pike Bridge. And if you've ever been out there, you have no phone reception whatsoever out there. You got a little. The missing text messages is a picture that was sent from there, and it's not there. T-Mobile, that's my carrier. Sometimes the pictures don't send, or sometimes if I get a picture and it doesn't come through, it will just show a little icon of just a blank spot of nothing there. So that's what happened there. I'm not sure what was sent. Maybe some pictures, because every time I go out to the range, I take pictures of the officers, of my firearms instructors doing their jobs, so they'll have something to remember their career by, and I'll send it to them and some of the officers, so they'll have little cool pictures for their shadow boxes.
Did you delete any messages of substance to your recollection?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever have sexual relations with Megan Hall?
No, sir, it's physically impossible.
What do you mean physically impossible?
At the time, I had recently got out of the hospital for COVID. I had double pneumonia. I was in the hospital for a week and a half straight on oxygen. After that, after the COVID, it did something downstairs. It just did something. The day in question, the day she came over, 2 days prior to that Friday, this is December 2nd, I went to the Low T Center to get an assessment. Of course, you don't tell anybody that. Right now, my life's on the line, my career is on the line. I have to be as transparent as I can about this. So that's the embarrassing thing I have to say. I went to the Low T Center to get help. This was all provided to Patton, or Mr. Andrew Patton, and I went there to get help, and I had not gotten an assessment. I just got a blood draw, which I am definitely afraid of needles. I got a blood draw, and I got my readout until the following week. So I hadn't even gotten the first treatment. I'm now successful at getting treatment for this, but at the time, And it took me forever to go get help, and that's not something to brag about, but I needed to go get help, and I went and got help.
All right, so we've crossed into the mega hall territory. So let's back up. When did you first meet Ms. Hall?
I first met Ms. Hall, a lot of people, everybody here should be familiar with the Cooper Institute in Dallas, Texas. I attended the Cooper Institute in Dallas, Texas to become a law enforcement, military, fire, and physical fitness instructor. Specialist, I think, is the official title. I went to that school in Dallas, Texas, and actually built with my own two hands the obstacle course that's still at Laverne Police Department right now. I designed the course. Went to this school to become a physical fitness instructor. I've trained several people, but Megan, being on subject, Megan is the person that failed. She failed the initial O course, and she wasn't allowed to continue on after you fail if you fail the push-ups or sit-ups or the O course, you're not allowed to go to the mile and a half run. If you fail anything in that, but you have to pass everything up to that. She passed the push-ups, I believe, the sit-ups, and failed the O course by like seconds. So Patton, and Mr. Andrew Patton was not completely truthful about the mentoring. That's something I did pro bono. What I would do if somebody failed that, I would offer my assistance. I would offer my assistance to train and get that person physically fit enough to go and pass the O course.
So is there a mentoring program for candidates?
Not to my knowledge.
So what I'm hearing you say is that after she failed the physical fitness test, PT,
yes,
that you offered your services to help train her to be able to pass that?
Yes, sir. I have done it several times before. I've trained 2 troopers and several other local agents.
So with regards to Ms. Hall,
yes, I'm sorry.
What did that training briefly entail, and what was the ultimate result?
The training was done right there at the LPD gym. We had from what I understand, it's not there anymore. But behind the PD, there was a gym that, of course, didn't require a membership, and I didn't have to get a membership to go to. So I made out a schedule for her to come to the gym and train. With that, focused on legs and upper body strength to get her over the wall. She had
how much time did you spend with her?
With her, I'm not sure, but probably over 16 hours. That's my minimum, 16, before I let you go and take the course.
All right, and after that, how did she do?
She passed.
All right, and
so,
what happens next?
What happens next? After you pass the whole course, you go and you immediately go take the written test.
I'm talking about what happens with Ms. Hall next.
Oh, with Ms. Hall, okay, she took the written test, and I'm not sure if she passed or failed. She had no idea whether she passed or failed the written test. I wasn't there that day. I fished a tournament, and I wasn't available to be there that day. But I got a phone call from her and Officer Brissenden and said, "Hey, I passed. So let's celebrate." So we go to Chili's and have a drink. After Chili's, she was like, "Well, my husband will be home pretty soon. I want you to meet my husband." Fine. Not far away. She didn't live far away at the time from the restaurant, so we went to her house. Myself, at the time, Miss Brissenden, and met with her husband. after that, we had some drinks. We had a couple of shots. I didn't drink that much. I didn't drink that much because I had a tournament the next day. Yes, Saturday and Sunday, I fished both days. I had a tournament the next day, so I didn't drink that much. So like to know, sure, I did do strip that, like I said, everybody was there. It was her husband, and Officer Brisendine. Not at the time, her name is Misfit Brisendine. She was not an officer at the time. They got hired on at the same time. The atmosphere was just weird. The atmosphere was just weird. V did not want to be there. She did not want to be there, and I could tell she did not want to be there. There was some pressure by Ms. Hall to stay, and everybody. I mean, I had most of my clothes on. I was winning. A lot of people. I mean, she was. I'm sorry, I'm pointing to my left because that's what she was sitting on the couch beside me. Beside her was V, and Mr. Hall was sitting right across.
Well, we've heard Mr. Patton's testimony concerning this party or this event and what ultimately happened. Do you deny any of that?
I don't deny that. No, sir.
If I don't ask you this question, one of these nice folks are going to.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you report that type of behavior on her part?
I actually did tell Chief Davis about that incident. So after the last meeting or the last interview with me, when I asked Mr. Patton to step out so I could talk with Chief Davis, when he acted standoffish, I knew that with him being a part of the investigation and the way I came into the investigation, saying the stuff that I said about his hiring practices, I knew at that point that I was screwed. I had no backing whatsoever. So with what I had told Chief Davis earlier, like this happened, 2 years prior. But when I told him that, he actually reminded me of that. And that's whenever Mr. Andrew Patton came back into the room, I told him.
Okay. Why did you deny it initially?
I denied it initially because honestly, it definitely slipped my mind. I had no earthly idea. With everything, the way that was handled there, I felt cornered. The one person that knew everything about everything was blocking me off. I knew that I was messed up.
And that was whom?
That was Chief Davis. When he knew everything about everything. This was his investigation. He knew and did not have my best interest in mind. So I knew at that point, and it was just all. The second interview was very. It was a roller coaster of emotions.
And we've heard some of the interview, and you were characterized by Mr. Patton as uncooperative, rude, and extremely aggressive. Do you agree with that assessment?
Not that total assessment. I know I was rude. Mr. Patton, it went from understanding and knowing. After unprovoked, I handed him my phone. He saw the text messages to accusatory, and Chief Davis said nothing. I knew at that point. That's why I didn't say anything about Chief Davis. That's why I didn't say anything about Chief Davis and his involvement at that time, because I knew I was screwed. I knew it, so why even bring that up at that time?
But it's your testimony here today that while the incident with the inappropriate picture
Yes, sir.
is accurate, your testimony is that you did not at any point in time have sex with Ms. Hall,
No, not at all.
either before she was employed by the city of Laverne or while she was employed by the city of Laverne.
No, sir.
Now, we heard testimony from Mr. Patton about the messages that he saw on your phone and that they were very one-sided. What's your take on that?
First of all, they were very one-sided. She was looking for something that I just couldn't give her. I could not give her the attention that she needed or wanted. And she would send pictures. I would half reply, most of the time would not. She would ask to hook up. I would say that I was sick. That's what Mr. Patton testified to earlier, saying something about sickness. At the time I was sick, but I was not into anything she had to offer there. With the text messages between myself and Lewis Powell and the pictures I've seen and the things that I heard that they did, there's no way humanly possible I was touching her.
Talk about messages between you and Lewis Powell. What was the extent of those text messages? And how did you come to have those text messages or those text conversations with Lewis Powell?
None of this stuff was provoked by me. Lewis was more bragging about what he had done, what he was doing with her. He bragged at one point that he had done number 2 and didn't wash, or she wouldn't let him wash while she put her face.
We don't need all
I understand
sort of details, but I mean, I understand that they're there, but more to the point, how did the two of you come to be communicating about?
It was more him bragging about it than anything. He was bragging about it. I never asked about anything about what he was doing with her or anything. Lewis and I were close. We were close. I mean, he'd come over to my house. I knew his mom. I helped his mom move. I mean, we were close, but he was more bragging about what was going on with him and Hall and several other women that he was seeing.
Any discussion about the inappropriateness of it or anything of that nature?
Every time I would tell him, you need to cut that off. You need to cut that off. And anytime he'd send me like a picture, a wholesome picture of his wife, I would say, that's your woman. She loves you. She loves you. She'd do anything.
Why would you take the messages that you sent from your personal phone to Chief Davis's secret phone that we've seen here? Why were you sending him those messages?
Back in September, October, Davis had found out about what was going on with them. Like I said, Laverne's a small city and everybody talks. I don't know who told him. It wasn't me, but he had found out about it. He called me into a closed door meeting. I remember the day because actually DC Hatcher was in the office when it happened. He had called me over there and he told me, what do you know about this? And at the time I knew about it. I said, yeah, I know a little bit about it. It's happening. I mean, so, and he's like, well, I need you to keep an eye on this because this is going to get out of hand. Pretty much made me sick. Because at that point, I went from investigating federal crimes to keeping up with local, small town, he say, she say, sex acts.
So some of this was at the behest of Chief
This
Davis.
was the whole thing was at the behest of Chief Davis. You can tell from the text messages that I've shared with him or our communications, if you look at myself and Ms. Hall's communications, I didn't want anything to do with it. There was two times that I actually wanted to talk to her. The one time was about her, whenever she pulled into ongoing traffic and had a wreck with her car. When she totaled her car right there in front of the PD, because I could tell something wasn't right. It's like, who does that? I mean, you just pull out there in front of traffic on second shift at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon and don't clear, no due regard, nothing. So that's one of the times. And the other time was about something similar. It was about something similar, but there's only two times I've ever called her to initiate a conversation.
The text messages or graphic messages that you sent Chief Davis, where did you get those?
From Lewis Val. I never sent him anything that she sent to me. He told me to keep him updated on what's going on with Lewis. And make sure you keep an eye on Lewis and tell me what's going on with Lewis. So everything that Lewis sent me, I would send him. And that was at his request.
Let's shift gears to the incident involving Bethany Smith.
Yes, sir. Tell
us what you recall about that event.
That event I'm not sure exactly what we were talking about. I don't know exactly what we were talking about, but we had a back and forth banter as far as joking around. I know in this setting, I'm not a jokekeeper. I'm not joking around, but usually I'm known for joking around. I went into HR, and it wasn't a month. It was actually two and a half months. I have the date because I got a bill for my son's knee, from his knee operation. He's playing college basketball in Arkansas right now. He had a knee injury, and there were I got bills that I had already paid out of pocket, and that I needed HR to handle. That's why I was in HR. Whenever I went in there, we were just talking back and forth. I'm not sure if she either kicked me or punched at me or hit at me, but then I just went to her shoulders and I grabbed and I started moving my head back and forth. That's kind of my thing. That's kind of what I do. If I went up to somebody and like, I'm going to choke you, I would do this. I would shake myself more than I would even shake them. And then at that same time, Webster, the janitor had walked by HR, and when we looked up and we saw him, his eyes got big and we lost it. We both started cracking up laughing. Now, Miss Leah Presley, she was in the back and she didn't see it. She was not laughing. But myself and Miss Smith laughing hysterically at this, because if you know Webster, I started doing my impression of Webster. I said, you know what Webster just did? Oh no, I didn't see nothing. Oh no, I didn't see nothing. And we started laughing about that. That was not malicious. That was not mean. I didn't even put enough pressure on her shoulders to even do anything. I mean, I don't know whenever he mentioned that, I knew that everything was doing a 180, because I had texted him that about Bethany, because that's the thing. Bethany runs her mouth. She talks about everything, and she's got access to everybody's files in HR. I text him about Bethany, and then that same day, I get a complaint on something that happened 2.5 months earlier.
Was there any hostility or animosity at the time you did this there in HR?
No, sir, never.
Did Ms. Smith make any comments to you at that point in time about what you did being inappropriate?
No, sir.
Did Ms. Presley make any comments?
No, sir.
Did you see any physical reaction by anyone there other than maybe Mr. Webster walking by? But the people within the office that would give you reason to believe that what you did was inappropriate or unwanted?
No, sir. Just to add, I don't know if I'm supposed to do this, but the friend of Bethany's that she had there also said it was a joke. It was a joke, and I've got that in the text message as well. She was laughing about it, telling the story to all the friends.
Mr. McGowan, are there any issues involved in this that I've not asked you about? Anything else you feel like this commission needs to know?
I didn't sexually harass anybody. I've not sexually harassed anybody. This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen, been a part of. Politics are dangerous. And I've been as open as a book. I gave my phone to somebody, and everybody in this room knows how sacred phones are. I opened up my phone while this guy is sitting right beside me. Open up my phone, here you go. You want to see something? Here you go.
At any point in time, did you and Ms. Hall have a meeting to discuss keeping you out of this?
No, not one time.
Did you intimidate her?
No, sir.
What about you and Lewis Powell? Did you all have a meeting?
No, sir. We met at the school, and that was actually discussed. I mean, that's got Chief Davis. That one is discussed with Chief Davis, because that meeting happened, and it happened because his wife was being abusive to him, and he didn't know what to do or where he was going to go. I offered him, you can come stay with me. My doors are always open. My doors are always open. I've had 4 police officers live with me before. And there's people here now that can testify. My door's always open. If you need somewhere to stay, you come stay with me. I'm not going to let none of my brothers stay out there on the street. If you need my car, you need my truck, here, take it.
Mr. McGowan, what are you asking of this commission?
In the academy, we were taught investigations. We were taught to look at the totality of the circumstances when it comes to any kind of investigation. The civil part of this, I know there's probably 1,000 things I've missed, but there's a lot of stuff that's come up and been made available. As far as the mayor on recording said that Ty did not start this investigation. But yet and still on the internet, still to this day, later found out that Ty McGowan did this. If you look, I was punished the worst out of this. And everybody in this room, I know we're all police officers, we're all brothers, we all got each other's back to an extent. When it's wrong, it's wrong. And when I realized that HR is there strictly for the city's interest, I mean, y'all heard it. Everybody here has heard it, and they heard 3 different stories about how Bethany, what happened with Bethany, and how he didn't believe the mayor, how he didn't believe me. Well, who's lying? Is it me or the mayor? Because he's telling the story, and he's telling the same story as me, but somebody's lying. He's the only one capable, is Mr. Patton the only one capable of telling the truth? The totality of the circumstances are, I got screwed. I was in a bad spot. I was in the worst spot that anybody could have humanly possibly been in, right before an election. And I had to set on things. I had to set on things until after the election.
So my question is, what are you asking of this commission?
Take under consideration, this is,
What do you want done with your boat certification?
I need my boat certification. Right now, I'm working as an electrician. My hands are messed up. I've got arthritis. I'm 50 years old, guys. I know I may not look it. I am. July 20th, 1975. It's right there in front of me. I've got a job. I've got an offer. And I need my boat certification. This was ugly. I apologize. I have humbled myself so much.
Do you believe that you have done anything throughout this that warrants losing your post certification?
No, sir. No, sir. The only thing I wish I could have done it some way different. Any way different than what it was done, because it caused embarrassment to the city I loved. I was there, my bank's there, my mechanics are there. Everything is in that city, and I just can't bring it to myself to go back because of the anxiety. Right there at the Smyrna Court, I just can't. I gotta turn around, can't do it. But I ask for your forgiveness for my actions. I know it's not pretty. I've done. I really do need my certification so I can work.
No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Galvin, do you know your PSID number? For post, your PSID number. It's okay if you don't.
I have it on record. I don't know it all.
Does 66871425 sound right?
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's it. When did you start at the city of Laverne as a police officer?
As a police officer, May 4th, 2004.
Okay, and when were you promoted to detective sergeant? Do you remember those dates?
Detective sergeant.
Or detective or sergeant? How did your promotion track go?
Initially, I was promoted to FTO. Don't know that date. Then I was promoted to CSU, crime suppression unit. Don't know that date. Then I was promoted. I actually was assigned out of CSU to narcotics. I handled some big cases. And was soon promoted to narcotics detective. After getting narcotics detective, I was promoted to sergeant of narcotics, vice narcotics.
Okay, and were you actually working towards your lieutenant's exam when this kind of all came up?
I took the lieutenant's exam. I did not want to take it.
Okay.
Davis actually forced me to take that test because of what his plans for the narcotics unit was to cycle people out. So I figured if I could go on the road, do some time, no matter how dangerous that is, but yes.
But you had a lot of years of service at Laverne when this happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Megan Hall get hired?
I'm not sure. I think it was 2 years prior, so I mean, it had to be around 2020, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay, and were you a sergeant at that time?
No.
Were you a detective at
I
that
was
time?
a detective.
Okay, and so the night that y'all did strip Uno,
That's fine.
y'all had started the night celebrating because she passed the obstacle course and the written exam. Is that accurate?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so she was with a supervisor at the department she was a candidate for.
I wasn't a supervisor.
You were a detective, so a higher ranking officer at a department she was a candidate for. Is that true?
Yes.
And y'all were celebrating a work-related achievement.
Not her work related, my work related.
She passed the exam, the written exam,
Yes,
and y'all were celebrating that.
yes,
She needed that written exam to move forward in the hiring process.
yes,
And that same night, you played strip Uno with her.
yes.
She was a candidate at the department. Okay. And you told Mr. Patton that she pretty much got fully naked that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that same night, you sent her inappropriate picture of your genitals.
Yes, yes,
Was that before you had COVID?
yes.
Okay, so you weren't having your problems back then? Okay. So did you have sex with Megan Hall any other time prior to the COVID?
I didn't have sex with Megan Hall at all.
Okay. You said you were not interested in anything she had to offer. That's what you testified to a minute ago.
Right.
When you were texting with Chief Davis, you said she has a tight little ass though. Is that true?
I text that, yes.
You said he killing it, talking about Mr. Powell.
Right.
You had a series of pictures on your phone and videos of Miss Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Those included all the inappropriate pictures we've been talking about today.
Not all. I just want to clarify that everything that I sent to Chief Davis was sent from Lewis Powell.
Right, but those were on your camera roll. You'd saved them in your phone. And
I
then
didn't save them. They were in
sent-
text message.
Okay, but they were
They're accessible.
They were on your phone,
Yes.
the pictures.
Did not
And
say.
you took those pictures and sent them to Chief Davis.
Yes,
And you didn't say, we have an officer acting inappropriately, we need to take employment action, nothing like that.
Chief Davis had already approached me to keep an eye on this situation. Like I said, that part right there is what actually pushed me over the edge. Like I said before, I'd handled huge cases. I've been involved in huge cases.
Well, that's,
Cases, and here I am. Yes,
but it was not in your investigatory capacity that you said that N-word needs to stop but down, was it?
sorry.
You said that N-word needs to stop, LOL. And then you said but down. That had nothing to do with your investigatory capacity of this situation.
All of it on my behalf was done investigation. The thing is,
She has a tight little ass though, was part of your investigation?
the backstory to me talking like that with
Well,
Chief Davis, I
y'all are friends.
really want. Chief Davis, in every lawsuit, he's cost the city of Laverne probably over $1 million in lawsuits. The previous investigations, every IA that he's been a part
Mr.
of.
McGowan, I asked you if she has a tight little ass though, was part of your
I think you
investigation.
ought to be allowed to answer the question.
Yeah, we're gonna get, I'm gonna give you some flexibility, but do keep it within, get back to the point of answering her question, please.
All right, so the answer to the question is Chief Davis has either lost or his phone has been destroyed. So I wanted to make sure that I had enough evidence that there was no way humanly possible that he could weasel his way out of this. Even if he had lost his phone, even if he had damaged his phone, which in this situation that we're talking about, didn't he lose his phone?
You sent these text messages in October.
Yes,
before the investigation started?
I had told the mayor about this way back in September. And like I said, I kept everything. I wasn't about to delete anything to dilute this.
Well, you sent a naked picture of the officer named V in September.
That was from Lewis Powell. That's why I said we have another one, just to clarify that whenever we were going, earlier, we were going over the messages and it says we have another one. He had told me, Lewis Powell had told me that he had acquired some new photos from Officer Brissenden.
And then you were sending those to Chief Davis.
Yes,
So you had pictures of two different naked women that you sent to your friend on his secret phone.
I sent to Chief Davis, yes.
He was your friend.
He was never my friend.
You guys never went fishing together, nothing like that.
No, he don't fish with me.
Okay. So you sent those pictures to Chief Davis on his secret phone.
Yes,
And those were both women that were employed at your police department
yes, ma'am.
where you were supervisor.
Yes, ma'am.
At first, you testified that the mayor told you there was no way he can get involved until after elections.
Right.
And then you testified that you got wind that you should meet with Mr. Patton.
That was in December after the elections. All the elections happened in November.
And then you clarified that actually the mayor told you directly.
Yes,
Okay, so got wind, that was just kind of a phase of,
I was just talking, I'm sorry.
okay. You testified earlier that you called Megan Hall 2 to 3 times over concerns that you had.
Yes,
In your interview with Mr. Patton, you said she doesn't call, I don't think there's one call.
yeah, I'm talking about the whole entire friendship of knowing her.
So y'all had
No, that's what I'm
a
talking
budget.
about. So as far as this investigation, the time span of this investigation, no, I don't call her. She called me, but I never answered the phone.
Okay, so you
So-
told Patton, I don't think there's one call, but you testified today that there's
Right.
probably 2 to 3 calls.
We're talking about two different aspects of what we're talking about here. I'm talking about the scope of the investigation from October or September, October we're talking about 3 years, 2 to 3 years ago.
You said you kept the original copies of the narcotics hiring and promotion paperwork at your house.
Yes,
Is that the way that you're supposed to store documents in your
I
building?
told Chief Davis 3 times that I had those documents or whatnot, or they need to be hand delivered. And every time I went over there, he was not there. I did not want those documents to disappear, so I kept them in my house. Even though I had made several copies of it, I still did not want the originals to disappear, because once they were in his hands, he could not deny.
So you didn't have a desk with a locked drawer or anything?
No, no.
Y'all didn't have an evidence room or a
We
file
got evidence,
system?
we could, there's no way you got 2 people behind you right now. There ain't no way you can put anything in that evidence room unless it's evidence.
So the safest place for internal documents from your police department was your house?
Yes. Those particular ones, I could not let anything happen to those. I did not let anything happen.
When Andrew Patton asked you in the internal affairs interview, did you ever send her nudes of yourself? And you said no. You said no to that.
Yes, ma'am, you're right.
He then said, is there anything else you would like to share? Do you remember hearing that?
Yes,
And you said, no, you can ask your last question. Is that accurate?
yes,
So if he walked out of that interview at that time, that would have been the end of the interview. Is that true?
yes.
So later on, you're like, oh gosh, I gotta talk to Chief Davis. I've misspoken. I need to correct myself.
Yes,
Okay, so you have Mr. Patton in the room, he comes back, and then you tell him about the strip party.
yes, ma'am.
How many times had you been alone with Megan Hall where some incident happens like that where she got naked?
None,
Just the strip party?
just that.
But you forgot about it earlier? You testified that you forgot about sending that picture of her, and you forgot about that night?
We have to take into consideration that was 3 years prior.
But it's so often in your career that you're seeing naked coworkers that just, you forgot about that.
No, ma'am, I get what you're saying. But no, I did not.
You did not forget about that incident?
No, ma'am, it did slip my mind.
You forgot about that incident?
Yes,
She came to your house on December 4th,
yes, ma'am.
and we didn't play that portion of the interview, but you told Mr. Patton that y'all had a conversation while y'all were watching a movie. Is that accurate?
She was there. I don't know if we were watching a movie, but.
You said you were watching Django Unchained, and then that made her uncomfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, you looked at Ms. Hall and said, so y'all don't do threesomes, right? That's what you told Mr. Patton. You said, she stayed on the couch and how unfair it is to have sex with these girls. And then I was like, so y'all don't do threesomes, right? Okay, so if that's in the audio recording, would that be accurate?
It's correct. I don't.
Okay. And at that time, were you Ms. Hall's supervisor or superior officer?
No, not at one point was I ever her superior or supervisor.
Was Ms. Hall also a sergeant?
She's patrol.
Were you is sergeant higher ranking than patrol?
Yes, it's higher ranking.
Okay.
Sergeant CID, we're not in the same building.
So y'all don't do threesomes, right? And she was like, yeah, we do threesomes, but it's always gotta be a girl. It can never be a guy. And I was like, oh, fuck. I said, whatever y'all do, that's y'all's kink. That's y'all's kink. You remember saying that?
I don't remember saying it, but.
If that's what you told Mr. Patton.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. So do you have those kind of conversations with other women that you work with?
If someone brings up a subject, I'll talk about just about anything, but I mean, I was at my house. She had come to my house. She had that conversation.
Do you agree that talking about sexual things with employees at your job is typically not something that you should do?
I don't understand that question.
Do you feel that it falls under the sexual harassment policy to talk to lower level officers about sex at work?
Look, yes.
Okay. What about people that work with you that you're talking to them about sexual things off the clock? Do you feel like that would fall under the sexual harassment policy?
If you're at my house and you bring up a subject, we can talk about it. I honestly don't understand that question.
Okay, maybe I made it more confusing than it had been. Did you talk to other women that you worked with about whether or not they participated in threesomes?
No.
Just Ms. Hall?
I didn't, it's not a subject that I go around talking about.
Just with Ms. Hall?
If it came up that day, then yes, I talked to her about it.
Do you remember in the internal affairs interview when Mr. Davis asked you that you know what the city policy says, and you said, I know exactly what it says?
Yes.
You would agree with me that the city policy says sexual harassment can be directed towards a man or woman by either sex, and demeaning, insulting, intimidating, or sexually suggestive written or reported electronic transmitted materials constitute sexual harassment.
Okay. I understand that.
Okay,
I just asked you, what, can I see the original complaint,
what complaint?
sexual harassment?
I'm just asking you if you were aware what the policy says.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry.
You testified about the Bethany Smith situation.
Yes, ma'am.
That's kind of how you joke around. You'll go up to people and put your arms around them and say, I'm gonna choke you.
Certain people,
Certain people
certain people,
at work.
anywhere.
Sometimes you'll say, I'm gonna choke
I
you.
don't, that's not something that I do every day, no.
Okay.
I don't go around you.
But you said that sometimes that's just how you'll joke around.
I joke sometimes, yes.
When Mr. Patton confronted you about this Bethany Smith situation, you said, I'm not gonna lie, I did that.
Yes,
Are you aware that Bethany Smith made a statement in this case?
no, I'm not.
Did you hear Mr. Patton testify that Bethany Smith submitted a written statement during his investigation?
Yes, and it wasn't submitted with the original report or investigation.
So if she said, Ty had come up behind me, placed his hands around my throat and began to squeeze, I froze. I could not say anything. I just sat there. I felt uncomfortable, like a major boundary had been crossed and violated. I just wanted to crawl into a hole and cry, and he was smiling and laughing. Would that surprise you?
That's not true.
It's not true that she made that statement, or it's not true that that's what happened?
That's important.
But would it surprise you if that's the statement Ms. Smith made?
When initially told, yes, that was a very, very big surprise.
Okay.
Because once again, it had happened 2.5 months prior. I texted him about her, and then all of a sudden, I'm choking her.
But
I'm
you,
6'1", 230 pounds. I'm not choking anybody.
but you admitted to Mr. Patton that you did put your hands around her neck.
Around her shoulders right here.
You said, I'm not gonna lie, I did that.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, that's,
You were ultimately terminated from Laverne Police Department.
yes,
And the disciplinary reasons they listed were dishonesty, sexual harassment, workplace violence.
yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, commissioners, any questions? I'll look at this side of the room first. Any questions?
Commissioner Wright, your attorney asked you, and I'm still confused. When did you meet Ms. Fall? Like, when did you first, like, I was going to speak to her, what year?
I'm not sure what year it was. It had to have been either 2019 or 2020.
So y'all had some communication well before her coming to Laverne Police
Yes, sir.
Department?
Yes, sir. She had failed the obstacle course, and I had started at Business School Mid-Ten's High School, and I was actually going to start training people to do that because I was going to utilize my certificate to kind of push that.
Okay, so the Girls Gone Wild party on the houseboat, it happened well before her.
Well before, and I was nowhere near, not even invited.
These text messages here, most of this stuff is what you were, the images, things of that nature, you're saying those were forwarded.
Yes, sir.
To you, and you forwarded them on to you.
Yes, sir.
In part of this, Chief Davis said, I see there's another one. I see your other one is getting married and having a ceremony tomorrow. kind of referring that there was somebody else outside of this entire picture. Was there somebody else that inside the apartment?
was talking about.
You said LMAO, she doesn't call me.
I was playing it off. I had no idea what he was talking about.
What is, I talked numerous times in here about 367. Is that, can you tell me what that
That's a
is?
badge number. I don't know whose badge number it is.
So that's what y'all was doing, 367 was
That's
referring to
what
a
he
particular
was-
person.
Yes.
Got nothing else for a second.
Thank you, Commissioner Swain. Mr. McGowan, you mentioned a psychological that you saw.
Yes, sir.
Who showed you?
Chief Davis.
Chief Davis did.
Yes, sir. Like I said, that whole administration, his whole tenure as chief was ugly, and I needed to expose it.
Is the mayor still in office today?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the meeting that you had with HR where he drove out to meet you in the first location.
Yes, sir.
And you wanted him to go to another location.
Yes, sir.
Why were you concerned if anybody was following you? If it just had to do with talking about
About the chief of police. It was about the chief of police, sir, and I didn't want him nowhere near that.
so the mayor's want to give you the information as far as,
Yes, sir.
is the mayor involved in all this as well?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
These text messages that we have copies of in front of us.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that your responding to these was based off what he asked you to look into?
Yes, sir.
So did you have communication with the chief outside of these text messages? Do y'all text, communicate about work related stuff?
Not about, not necessarily. As far as everything that I do, or what I did is confidential. So we have to keep a lot of that stuff off the phone. Like whenever I tell them about a bus or something like that, I can't put all the information into a report. I can't put everything into a text message or something. I'd have to actually go over and talk to them. Like, for instance, anybody here has ever worked in narcotics, whenever Creed has, we work together. But if we flip it, I can't put that guy's name out there, and I can't, put enough information. I can get my phone, and then his attorney had, who the CI was and all that stuff.
Let me clarify a little bit on that.
Okay.
Where it says Chip's secret phone,
Yes.
everything work related, are you saying that you text to his secret phone or just this matter?
Oh, just that matter.
Okay. Did he
That was
ask you to send it to
That
that
was
phone?
his request. He wanted to keep that away from his wife, so he'd keep that phone at work in his desk.
Any other commissioners on this side real quick, but
Before you get to the other side, you mentioned earlier that you explained to us that you really, 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 really need to keep this post certification, because I thought I heard, and I may have misunderstood, but you said you've had an offer for another job from another law enforcement department. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who is that department? Who is that department?
Actually going in, you see, but
Do you need, all right, I'll stop you there. Do you really need a post certification to go in as a UC?
sir,
You do? Well, you worked narcotics a long time. You worked all kinds of informants. I mean, general citizen informant gets paid a lot.
I don't want to do it that way. We have.
So,
Ran true on
so now you're telling me that you've had an offer by this is a Tennessee agency. They want to use you as an undercover narcotics agent?
Yes, sir.
Post certified?
Yes, sir.
Would that consist of you having to testify in court?
Yes, sir.
No.
anything else from this side for right now? No, okay. This side, commissioners? Go ahead.
Hey, I want to go back to that phone for a minute.
Yes, sir.
You have a department issued cell phone?
I have the
Does the chief have one?
yes,
But that, and if I heard you right, the only thing that y'all talked about on the secret one, as far as an investigative or official, was on the secret phone,
Yes, sir.
right?
yes,
So when you met with the mayor, you started this originally, right? The overall, you made the mayor, he was the first one that was aware of some of this other stuff going on.
he knew bits and pieces. I was vague with him. I told him that there's dirty stuff going on there at that police department.
Okay.
And then he was the guy that was doing.
Did you tell him about the chief's secret phone?
No, I did not.
Why not?
At the time, and that's a great question. At the time, with me, straight to the chief, I wanted to gather as much as I could from him to lock him in. Because it's previously stated, he's been named in several lawsuits there at the Laverne Police Department. He's been involved in several IAs there at the Laverne Police Department. And every time there's an IA or any kind of investigation involving phones, he always loses his phone. His phone got destroyed or dropped, and he never has a phone. So I wanted to make sure that I had him locked into this.
It was it. Do you think that though, if we're talking about, you're indicating corruption basically, and so, right?
Yes.
And you know from working federal cases that, you know, that that's a very serious allegation, right?
Yes, sir.
When in your testimony today is that you had to sit on this because of an election.
Because of the election.
How'd that make you feel?
I hated it.
So why did you have to sit on it?
Because he didn't know whether he was going to be back in office or not. So it was him and John Mack. It was, Mayor Cole, and he was going up against John Mack. Can't remember. John Mack.
Did you ever work with any federal agencies when you were working narcotics?
Yes.
So you did have some contacts in the federal government or maybe TBI?
Yes.
So if the mayor told you something, did that seem right to you to sit on it, basically that we're hiding information?
I thought it was fine at the time. Like I said, if I could do something different, I would have done it different. And hindsight's 20/20, and yes, I should have done it.
Well, the concern I have is one of the components of this whole thing is truthfulness, right?
Yes, sir.
And it concerns me that you would sit on something that you believe was potentially corrupt or not right, illegal, immoral, unethical, any of those things, and you decide to sit on it until the spotlight goes on you. That's what's concerning me.
Yes, sir. And I understand what you're saying. And I have no answer. I have no answer. I had a guy in the TBI out of my unit. It's I got his TBI. I had a guy in DEA. I had a lot of, I've got still contacts on my phone.
Did you tell any of those about any of this?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is Chief Green. Why did the chief ask you to keep up with Ms. Hall and Mr. Powell?
Because of my relationship with Bruce.
What was his interest in this relationship?
At first, it was, let's keep an eye on Lewis because he was more afraid of what Officer Hall was going to do. Officer Hall had started the police department under rocky circumstances. When her and Bielka Brizendine went to the academy together, and Hall took a screenshot of a conversation between her and Paul and Bielka Brizendine and gave it to the instructor over at the academy. And the instructor over at the academy added it to this lesson plan. So you had her their private conversation up on the lesson plan on the big screen for everybody to see. And he thought that she was capable, I mean, clearly, he thought that she was capable of doing something underside to Lewis. But as the time went on, like I said, I found out about September. October is when I started keeping everything. Because it turned more from, I'm gonna keep an eye on this, to jealousy. It was more jealousy.
So initially, he was concerned she might file a complaint.
Might file a false complaint on, yes.
False.
Or
They were having sexual contact.
yes, sir.
So I don't guess it would have been false, would it?
That's exactly where I stand. That's exactly where I stand.
So there was a potential for a sexual harassment issue that you were aware of.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why were you still sending pictures and keeping up with this? I mean, you could still keep up with it without sending photographs to the chief.
It's his request, so I did it.
How did he know you had it?
I told him.
So you volunteered this information
Yes, sir.
and you shared that.
Yes, sir. I don't know if you can tell through this whole hearing. I volunteered everything. I have nothing to hide.
Well, let me ask you about something you volunteered.
Yes, sir.
It said in this conversation you're having on text, which where he asked if she has talked to you and you said, no, she's getting too much attention.
Yes, sir.
Which may mean you wouldn't mind, but too much attention. Then he goes on down, he goes, I'm saving her for the last time. So I'm gonna be the last one to be with her.
No, sir.
And well, that's kind of what it reads. And then it goes, what your answer is, I wish I could be too. That page, the first one. Then we both could play.
That's
So there's an instigation that at least in your interaction with the chief, it could be drawn that you're trying to groom somebody.
I understand what you're saying, but that's out of context. What she.
I'm just going by what was written there in your text message.
Did you read it back to me?
Sure. He's asked if you had any contact with her. You said no, she's getting too much attention because she's too busy to be with you. And then he says, I saved her for the last time. I wish I could tell her who she's being with now. That can't do anything for her, as I clean that up a little bit. And then you go, I wish I could too. Then we both could play. You didn't have to volunteer that, did you?
Sir, like I said before, investigations of this magnitude, I can't hold anything back. I can't show that I'm backing off of anything. So I lived it the best I could. I lived it the best I could. I couldn't, I mean, there's no explanation for it. Reading it that way and being in a hot seat like this, there's no explanation for it. But being out there while it was happening, it just seemed like the right thing to say to keep him going and keep him believing that I'm on his side, that I'm a part of this investigation.
You didn't like the chief, did you?
I couldn't stand the chief. He had complained on me. When Chief Walker was there, he had gotten me written up for going to HR, and I asked for a training. I made a request to get training records for Ken Atkins, Ken Bull Atkins. When I went over there to get those training records, I said, I'm going to buy them. Well, that didn't get transferred to Cheryl. Cheryl called Chip. Chip called the chief. I'm sorry. Cheryl, I don't know her last name. Cheryl HR at the time did not. He called Chief Davis. He was Sergeant Davis at the time. And Sergeant Davis called Chief Mike Walker. And Chief Mike Walker wrote me up until he read my rebuttal. Ken Atkins doesn't have 2 dimes to rub together. And he had called asking for his training records. I was going to buy those training records. At the time, I had taken my sergeant over with me to request these training records. And whenever I got over there, she acted like I was asking for something perverse.
And I really don't want to cut you off, but
Yes,
the
sir.
question was, really was, you don't like the chief.
I
The
don't
answer is
like,
yes.
he has set me up.
Okay,
So
so
to have me hung several times.
you went to the mayor
Yes,
of the
sir.
promotional process.
Yes, sir.
Did you hope to get fired?
I didn't hope to get it fired. I just wanted my guy. Could you imagine? I mean, we were taking off fentanyl left and right, 300, I mean, we had pounds and pounds of fentanyl, weed, marijuana, cocaine. We're taking off a lot of stuff.
Is the reason you didn't go to TBI over this corruption issue that you can see going on within the department? Because you were waiting on the mayor to get reelected?
Yes, yes.
Would that be to reward you?
No,
on the
sir.
backside?
No, sir. I didn't want anything out of this. I didn't want anything out of this except fairness.
You can see how it reads that way, though.
I understand what you're saying, sir, but no, I mean, anybody, you ask anybody, I had no desire to go anywhere else. I didn't even want to take that lieutenant's test. That's why I bombed it.
That's all I have.
I'm sorry, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I got one more question for you.
Yes, sir.
Keep referring to this as, you were involved in an investigation for the chief, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you complete any reports on that?
I didn't get the opportunity to complete a report on that, sir. I was terminated because he turned his back. Mr. Andrew Patton had told him what I was coming after him about, so I didn't get a chance to complete a report. No, sir.
Well, after you sent this text, how long was it after you sent the text to him that you were terminated?
Which
The text, this string that we have here.
Oh, those text messages, those happened way before. I was terminated January the 5th, sir.
You were terminated before you sent these?
I was terminated January 5th.
Well, I don't know when these were sent. The ones we were just discussing.
22. Yes, sir. These were sent October 25, 2022. This is October 5, 2022.
Okay, and you were terminated when?
January 5th, 2023.
So from 22 to 23, you didn't have time to do a report?
The investigation was going on, and I believe it started December the 11th or 12th, if I'm not mistaken.
You don't do supplements or you don't document anything as you're completing a report as you go?
I'm sorry, yeah, we do that normally, but in this situation, I did not want to put that in our computers. I didn't want to put that in our computers, and I wanted to keep, that's why I kept every text message and everything that I had, and I would request.
But you didn't make any personal notes or any memos to self about what you were investigating on
I
it?
do have a journal, but no, sir.
Okay.
No, sir, not officially.
Thank you. That was part of my question, Commissioner Dodd. That was part of my question was if you were making any kind of notations along this process of this investigation into the chief somewhere. And I was going to ask if it was the DA's district attorney, if they had asked you to participate in this investigation to forward these messages.
No, sir.
The TBI, they asked you to forward those messages to the chief.
No, sir.
Were you trying to set the chief up? Is that what I'm gathering?
If you want to put it that way, yes, sir. I was trying to expose him. I mean, he was bad news. It was bad news. I mean, he hired pretty much a felon. And then I'm telling you right now that psych exam that I read, if anybody read it here, you would understand completely what I'm saying. If you want to do a open record for everybody here as a chief, if you're a chief, you can get that report. The Metro Police.
The text messages that I have, I just see one time, I believe, where he had asked for something, where he said you never sent that to him. And so you had initiated the other photographs. Is that when I'm
Every time he would send me something, I would send it. I would just send it.
Some of these photographs I don't see. There were several in October. And there was even one in September.
Yes.
But then looks like after October the
October the 28th or maybe the 31st, maybe I was the last one. And then you sent a video, looks like a video to him on December 1st. So it was well over a month that went by.
If there's a gap, that's because I didn't receive it. So
Right, he didn't send you, apparently he didn't reach out to you during that time from his private phone. So you sent something to him.
sometimes it'd be a personal phone. He's got a personal phone too that he would contact me with.
Well, this is on the secret phone that I'm looking at. This is a video that a 30-second video
Yes, sir.
that you sent him. So you were initiating some of that. And then the next one you sent to him was on the 12th. To the secret phone. It was an image on that one.
Yes.
When you do narcotics investigations, is that how that generally operates? Do you?
I'm sorry.
Okay, when you do a narcotics investigation, is that generally how you operate with your, during that process? Do you go out and try to make buys, or are you going out and making sales?
We do reverses, we do it all. Most of the time it's buys. They always come to the money, always come to the money. Most of the time it's buys. We do, like I said, we did, I don't think we know what we do, but we did true undercovers. I had a guy that, like I said, was attached to TBI that I kept off campus, obviously. And he could, I mean, seriously, he'd sell them though. And I had a guy at the DEA. And of course I had the guy that he had promoted, which is Harry Hollins, who once again, he promoted him. And the guy couldn't do basic math. We had thousands of dollars in that unit. We could get $2,000 at a time for Bob money. And he couldn't do the general ledger. And I was gonna have to write him up because he had messed it up 3 times. 2 times that I made copies of.
Is there, you have documentation every time when you work narcotics, when you're working a case, if a CI tells you something, you write that down, you make documentation of it every time that there's a buy.
There's a buy, yes, sir. We'll do a general buy report.
But there is some type of documentation because that's evidence in a case, right?
Yes, sir.
And these photographs that you were in these videos you were sending the chief, that was for you to use for the mayor as evidence in this case against the chief, but there was no documentation.
The documentation is phone records and the text messages themselves. That's the way I view it.
In the 367, you said that was probably a badge
I
number.
think it was a badge.
Was that a badge number of Officer Hall?
I'm not sure.
Because there was a photograph or a video that was sent in the text, and there was the number 367 was the response with a question mark that came from the chief. So I didn't know if that was in reference. I think that was identified earlier as Officer Hall. That image and video were with that number 367. And then the files that you took home.
Yes.
Are those personnel files?
Yes.
So what was in those files?
The minutes from the interviews, they were the notations from the interviews of what we had, like all the questions that we asked the candidates, their replies, their statements, how they appear, basically a basic interview, and it was their rankings. So the numbers. So whoever had the highest number was the guy that we picked. I submitted those to Chief Davis. Like I said, there was an email up there with quote that says, if you give me Harry, I'll pay against the issue. It's not, I didn't pay.
Where do those the things contained in those green files, where do they want to go? Those interview questions, the responses, the notations that were made?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't answer that. That was my first interview as a sergeant. I just know that I did not want them. I wanted them to go straight to him or whoever was doing the investigation for that wrongdoing.
Do you think those might have contained some personal information?
No,
Not at all?
no, sir,
It-
not at all.
Nothing related to job performance or anything like that? They wouldn't ask any kind of
No,
questions?
sir, nothing.
So that kind of file would not be something that would go in your personnel file if you were to ask for promotion and interview for promotion. That interview process, that documentation would probably go with your,
Yes, sir.
you probably have some of that in your personnel file, shows from where you moved up from patrolman to sergeant, detective, and those kinds of things. So you don't think it would have been a good idea to take those to maybe HR or someone else other than to your house?
Chief had to sign off on. I tried to take it to the chief several times, but he would not, because he knew that we had already chosen Vega and he didn't want Vega, he wanted Harry. So he refused to meet with me, and I refused to just set him on his desk.
And my last question is, these images, did you have the consent of the individuals that were photographed or videoed to share those images with someone else?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thanks.
Commissioner,
Oh.
as much as I'd like to get this wrapped up, I don't think I may call for 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, all right, that's fine, yes. I'm sorry, I told you I'm bad. Oh, keeping up with the time. It is now 5:37. Why don't we come back at 5:45? We're about to ask a question.
Commissioner Carter, back to Ms. Hall's residence, when you were celebrating her passing her obstacle course, and you mentioned that she got undressed and the husband got mad and left. Did I read that wrong? I can't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry, that's not entirely accurate.
Okay, can you walk me back to that?
Yes, sir. Hall got kind of completely nude at one point. It was more like Mr. Hall and Miss Hall were kind of pursuing me. So I was actually trying to take the focus off of them because V had texted me and told me that she was getting out of it.
Sorry, I don't know who V is.
I'm sorry, she, at the time, she was a candidate, Bielka Brizendine. So it was 4 people there, Bielka Brizendine, Mr. Hall, Miss Hall, and myself.
Okay, did I hear you right when you sent a picture of yourself to her?
Yes, sir. You can tell Miss Brizendine was uncomfortable. So I was trying to take the focus pretty much off of her and putting it on myself. I never done this thing ever, but that's what happened.
Did you send that pic to Chief Davis also?
No, sir.
Okay.
But he knew about that whole scenario.
Okay. So, as law enforcement officers, what we do on and off duty has a reflection on our department, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you did was egregious and it shocked the conscience of the public. It shocked the minds of the public. Also, and I'm including your colleagues that was involved in this as well, is that they undermine the integrity of a professional law enforcement agency.
I understand. That's why I said this is the ugliest thing I've ever been a part of.
When you told Chief Davis about the incident at Hall's home, what did he say?
This is a couple of years before. I mean, I don't even recall what he said. I just know that he knew about it. And during that meeting with that official meeting with him and Mr. Patton, it came up. So I probably made it official. Now, like I said, this is pre-employment. She wasn't employed. It was at her house. I was invited. Brizendine was invited. Her husband was there. I mean, there was nothing. Everything was out in the open. I mean, everything was out in the open. There was nothing necessarily hidden. I mean, I sent her the picture and she's standing right here. She's sitting right here beside me. I keep pushing to my left because I was on this end of the couch. She was in the middle and Brizendine was on her left side.
Okay. When you told Mr. Patton to leave and you want to speak with Chief David privately,
yes, sir.
Do you want to share with the commission what was said, or
the information that was said was like, where you at? Where you at with this? Because I didn't do anything. He didn't really say anything. Like, well, you better tell him everything. Maybe about that part.
Okay, but Mr. Patton couldn't be present when you asked him that question.
All right, so everybody here now knows that there was a secret phone. At the time, I did not bring it up because I knew I was screwed. I knew I was, it was 2 against 1. So at the time, I did not bring that up. So I wanted to talk to him to see what was, just kind of feel out, see what the depth was. So I knew once I talked to him, I know I was screwed. So that because he knew about that, and I totally forgot about it.
Commissioner Wilbur, does your potential employer know you're here today up for decertification?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the chief, you're saying you sent these photos and videos because the chief asked for pictures of Officer Hall?
I'm sorry.
These pictures and videos you sent to the chief on his secret phone, you're saying you did that per his request?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a request for only pictures of Officer Hall?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't just, it was for looking out for Lewis. So I just sent him anything that Lewis would send me.
Okay, because there on the third page of the exhibits on the back, you sent a nude photo of a woman and the chief says V, and you respond yes, but not sent to me. So did the chief ask you to send nude photos of V?
No, that was sent for, like I said, it wasn't sent to me. V did not send that to me. She sent it to Lewis. It was what do you call that? I don't know where we send pictures and I delete.
Snapchat.
Snapchat. All right, so it was Snapchat, and Lewis had taken a picture with his other phone and sent it to me.
Okay, and then there's a photo of a nude woman, a third image of a nude woman. Is that Officer Hall or B or a third person?
To my best knowledge, it was somebody Lewis had sent. Lewis was getting around. I don't know if, I mean.
Okay, I hear a lot of the chief is bad, the mayor's corrupt, all this. Did the chief make you play strip Uno?
No.
Did the chief make you take a picture of your genitals?
No.
And you're saying today that you took a picture of your genitals to make Officer Bresidine feel better?
No, it was to take the focus off of her. I mean, I know it sounds,
it sounds pretty bad.
It does. It does, but he was taking her outside. I'm sorry, Mr. Hall was taking her outside on the balcony and Hall would go out there as well. And I don't know. Now knowing what I know what they were doing. I should have just left.
I think you can feel the temperature in the room.
Yes.
I'm gonna give you an opportunity to say or admit what you have done wrong. What
happened? Yes.
Personally, that you will take responsibility for.
I'll take responsibility for the whole way this went down. Had I known what I know now, and especially after this and I feel it. I had TBI sources. I should have went to TBI instead of sitting there waiting on that. I shouldn't have done that. The whole party thing, you don't hear any more stories about it because I don't go out of my house. That was the only time I'd done something that dumb and gone out and party with somebody after or celebrating with somebody. That was I mean, I have no words but stupid. That was stupid. I shouldn't have never even went out. I should have never ever went over there. I thought it was safe because, hey, come meet my husband. So I went over to meet her husband. Who's another police officer? Had I known what I know now, there's no way. There's no way. And if I'd have known what I know now as far as the investigation is concerned, I would have went to TBI. I would have went to somebody other than the mayor who or even I would have never talked to Mr. Patton. I would have never talked to Mr. Patton. I would have went straight to TBI. That is a no-brainer. And I messed up bad. I messed up bad. The only thing that I can contest to it is I kept everything. Nobody else has showed anything. Anything, any other type of information, anything, I've showed everything in my phone, everything that I said is there. Even down to me going to the doctor about my issues. I've showed everything. That, I mean, I did, I messed up. I messed up bad. Will it ever happen again? No. No. Will I be the jovial, happy guy around the office? Not so much. Not anymore.
Sure, did you ever?
Well, we're still on this side. We won't come back to that until we're done with this.
Mr. McGowan, let me ask you a question about, do you think your actions in this situation represented the standards that our profession demands?
Nowhere near.
Then why should we allow you to maintain your certification?
Sir.
And I'm sure your attorney may argue that here in a minute, but I want to hear your answer.
My answer is, before all of this happened,
Not talking about past. I'm talking about why should we allow you to maintain your certification based on your actions all throughout this process? Because you know all the things you've done wrong.
Yes.
As we do now too.
Yes.
So why should we allow you to continue this profession based on those actions you've already committed?
I understand that more. And I know most of you guys never have to have it. But once they take that badge and that gun from you, humbling is not the word. The embarrassment. My son's playing college ball and I can't really celebrate him because I'm in a depression. But after all the stuff that's been displayed out here, laid out and shown, I take responsibility for everything. Like I said, I have nothing to hide. I put it out there. I've put it out there. Personal text messages, everything. But to answer your question, sir, I've been nothing but forward. And I admit that I messed up. I admit that I messed up. And there's a promise that this will never happen again. This will never happen again. Even with the caliber or the total evidence that I have, that I've presented, that I can show that you guys have heard being fabricated. The true stuff is what muddied the water. The true stuff about the party I should have never attended. And I'm sorry, I know I'll get home and I'll go like, I know I should have said, listen, I should have said that, but right now I can't think of anything except that I messed up. I see the errors of my ways. And let me be an example of how somebody can crawl back out of the hole, redeem themselves, and teach these young officers need to know this. These young officers need to know this because I'm pretty sure they see stuff out there that they don't want to say anything about. And my case right now is this is what makes you afraid to speak up about corruption, because you see how easy it is to push somebody into something. His words, Tom McGowan started this. Tom McGowan did not. We've proved that. He said that here today. I didn't start the investigation. More likely than not, he had sex with her. No. There's only one person that was saying that was her. That was Officer Hall. That's the only person that was saying that. The only person. Nobody else. Everybody else in that investigation knew about everybody else Then all of a sudden, I'm inside the middle of it. There's a phone call missing with Chief Davis and her. And then after that phone conversation, that's when my name pops up. I'm pretty sure my attorney will sum it up better than I can, because right now I'm a bumbling fool right now. Because I know how important this is to me. Dude, I do feel it's slipping away because of how ugly this is. But the only thing I can promise her is that it'll never happen again. Not with my name.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Anyone else on this side? No. Okay, so back to this side.
I disclosed earlier before we started this hearing that Ms. Hall's husband was an employee of mine, and I want to go over this because I feel like I'm at a point where I may have to abstain in this vote. Ms. Hall's, at the time, at my understanding,
Before you say anything,
that's the reason I wanted to ask, because this is kind of leading to a question.
yeah, so if you're not sure if you're going to have to abstain and it's based on information you're about to share.
It's strictly the information would be my disclosure of a little more detailed disclosure of my knowledge. Because of the seriousness of this case, Your Honor, I do not, and all the state of Tennessee that's watching this, I want everybody to know, because you never followed up on this, asking, and her husband's been named in these allegations during this hearing. I wanted to explain the time period of the husband of Ms. Hall and the employment relationship. That's it.
Okay, attorneys, any concern from either of you? From my perspective, sir, I just wanted to make sure you could be impartial and unbiased, and you confirmed for me at the outset that you can. Now, if based on what you've heard today that has changed, we certainly can take, I think that you will still have a quorum, even if you recuse yourself.
I feel that I would need to recuse myself based off of some things that I've heard in here today.
Okay, I think that's fine. And given that, I think it wouldn't be appropriate for you to ask questions if you have something.
I'm not, I'm just going to give for the record the time period of his employment with me, if that matters.
I think if you're deciding to recuse
because in
yourself,
case this gets appealed.
Since you're deciding to recuse yourself, let me ask this. So Commissioner Parton has asked questions before this point in the hearing. It's going to be up to the two attorneys whether you're going to raise any issue about that. If you are, we'll establish a better record about his knowledge. If you're not sure, and which is a perfectly fine answer at that stage in the proceeding, we can go ahead and establish a better record.
I haven't heard a question from Commissioner Parton that his prior questioning that concerns me at all.
Okay.
If now he's received enough information that he feels the need to abstain from voting on it, I certainly understand, and he's well within his rights to do so. But there's been nothing to this point that I feel like damages this hearing at all.
Very good. All right, so thank you, Commissioner Parton, if you want to tell us the timeline, just to make yourself feel better.
As national notoriety as this case is, Mr. Hall was working for the state of Tennessee at the time of this all went going on. Matter of fact, he was working for he was in the Tennessee Highway Patrol Academy when some of these issues with his wife started happening. And then when the news story broke, he was working for me because he had to leave the Tennessee Highway Patrol Academy because of some kind of mental health issues he were having. None of us knew about this, but I just wanted to get that on the record because
yes,
of the time period for that. And he worked for the state of Tennessee again today, so.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your being so open and honest about that. Thank you. And for accusing yourself, I think that is the better approach to this. And Vice Chair, will you just confirm for the record that you do still have a quorum?
Your Honor, for the record, we have 10 voting members as of right now.
All right, very good. And so Commissioner Parton, you're certainly welcome to stay if you'd like to, but you also are welcome to leave.
I think I'm going to probably stay and help this procedure.
Well, you can't help, remember.
I just won't be voting.
Well, I don't think you can participate in the
Oh, okay,
deliberation.
okay.
Right,
All right.
right.
Well, I will excuse myself.
You're welcome to stay.
I'm sorry to my partners here, but thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else over here have any questions?
Commissioner Wright, I'll make it quick. You said you had a 23-year career. So what other agencies have you worked for?
It's kind of short.
And then Laverne, did you have any other disciplinary actions in that 23-year period?
Yes, sir.
Like totality, we're talking about a couple, or we're talking about a continuous career of investigations, or just one fender bender and you got a day off, or?
No, sir, I had one disciplinary action that, one disciplinary action at Laverne Police Department and none at Davidson County Federation.
Do you have one prior at Laverne, prior to assessment?
In 2007.
Okay. Well, obviously some time had passed, but there you've been promoted and that was all kind of squared away, I guess. But
Yes, sir.
okay. Just trying to get a feel for your prior law.
Yes, sir. Davidson County Sheriff's Office, I left the office, getting ready to go sergeant, but I started the reserve program at the police department, and they hired me out of the reserve program like I think it's like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. So,
All right, any other questions from any commissioners? No. All right, any redirect, Mr. Mitchell?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination based on the questioning, Ms. Nicely?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then you are excused as a witness. Let me, are you going to be calling any rebuttal witnesses, Ms. Nicely?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So it's time for closing arguments. I'd say let's hear the closing arguments and then we'll take a short break. My charge to you will be long and I apologize for that in advance. I'm sure you've all heard it before, but we need to put it on the record. So we'll hear closing arguments and then we'll take a break and then we'll continue. Ms. Nicely.
Thank you, Your Honor. And when the court's ready, I do have a proposed final order for the commission. Just
Yeah, that would be later. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. We've been here since 1 o'clock. So I apologize for the time, but I appreciate the seriousness that you've given this matter and the consideration that you've taken to decide what needs to happen with Mr. McGowan's certification. Today, we showed proof via testimony of 2 Laverne employees, one of which was the deputy chief who worked there during the time period and was also still the deputy chief that confirmed that the Laverne Police Department wants Mr. McGowan to be decertified based on his termination for disciplinary actions. We discussed with that officer that those disciplinary actions were both from the city employee handbook as well as the general orders for the department. Mr. Patton, the HR director, testified and he discussed that there were multiple disciplinary actions, specifically the ones that we drew attention to today for truthfulness, based off of the line in the internal investigation about having never sent any inappropriate pictures to Ms. Hall, and then changing his story shortly thereafter. Next was the workplace violence, putting his hands around the throat of Ms. Bethany Smith, and you've heard plenty of testimony today to make a determination that Mr. McGowan more likely did that. In fact, Mr. McGowan said, I did that. And then as far as the sexual harassment, you've heard testimony today that while Ms. Hall was a candidate at Laverne Police Department, She was on the hiring track, and in order to celebrate her passing of the written exam, Mr. McGowan went out to dinner with a group of people that included Ms. Hall. They went back to her house, they played strip Uno, and then he ultimately did send her that inappropriate picture. Ms. Hall sent inappropriate text messages to Mr. McGowan throughout her employment at the department while he was a superior officer. And he continued to get photos and videos of Ms. Hall and disseminate those to the chief at the time, former Chief Davis. There's a lot of information today, and I hope the commission sees the seriousness of this matter, the seriousness of the truthfulness concerns, especially if Mr. McGowan has intent to re-enter law enforcement in the future. And then, of course, just the seriousness of the sexual harassment and the behaviors that don't show a good image for the law enforcement field. We just ask that Mr. McGowan be decertified and that the commission see that we've proved by preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not, that he was terminated for disciplinary actions, and that we've proven up those disciplinary actions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not sure what I thought driving in here after having talked with Ms. Nicely about what to expect in this hearing. I didn't think I'd be making this argument to you at 6:10 at night. And I want to thank you all for the attention that you paid, the questions that you've asked. This is a lot different than a lay jury. You folks are knowledgeable. That's quite evident. This is, I'm going to call it a unique situation. Not going to make any excuses for some of the things that Mr. McGowan has done in this period of time, these several years that this was going on. But I will state that as far as violating policies and procedures of the Laverne Police Department, I don't think that's been carried by a preponderance of the evidence here today. And I think that has a direct bearing on the decision this council has to make as to whether or not to decertify this gentleman and take away the career that he obviously, based on his testimony, holds so dear. You had an investigation that began with Mr. Patton meeting with Mr. McGowan in a clandestine fashion. And it became obvious very quickly that they weren't on the same page. Mr. McGowan thought he was there to talk about hiring and promotion practices of the now gone chief. And Mr. Patton was there to talk about all the allegations involving the police department and sexual allegations involving Ms. Hall and officers. I don't think Mr. McGowan lied about any of that, but Mr. Patton would have you believe that he did. Sitting there in his vehicle, Mr. McGowan did what very few people would do, and that is open his phone, hand it to him, say, "Here, read it. This is what I've got." He wasn't expecting that. He didn't have time to go in and delete all the bad messages and stuff like that. I think that shows good faith on his part in dealing with that. We had the situation where shortly thereafter, 10 days, however long it was, we have a formal interview at the Laverne Police Department. And he was described as being uncooperative, rude, and extremely aggressive. Folks, you heard the recording that's still sitting up there. He wasn't uncooperative. He answered questions. Was he a little rude? Sure. He's being interrogated. As most of you folks know, somebody in an interrogation, especially when you tell them right out of the gate, "I think you're lying to me," they're gonna act like that. They're gonna get defensive, and that's what he was. He was defensive. If defensive is rude, then okay, he was being rude. Was he extremely aggressive? No. At no point in time did the meeting have to stop. At no point in time did anybody else have to be called in. At no point in time do you hear Mr. Patton say anything to Mr. McGowan about being placed in fear. And that's just unsubstantiated, folks. The situation involving workplace violence. That's a non-starter as far as I'm concerned. And I submit to you that it is completely unsubstantiated. You have a situation where a month or months after an event takes place with not one single person making a report on this or calling anyone out or saying anything at the time. When questioned about another incident, Ms. Smith says, oh, but wait. I think nowadays they call it whataboutism. Okay, so what you're saying about me, what about this? It's a diversion tactic. It's exactly what it was. She diverted his attention and he bought her hook, line, and sinker. And in the course of his investigation, he talked to the two women that were present. He talked to Mr. McGowan about it. It became apparent from at least Mr. McGowan that one of the person may have seen it. And in all of this investigation that's going on, he doesn't take the time to go and at least confirm whether or not that guy saw anything. If he come in here today and said, yeah, I talked to Mr. Webster, he wasn't in the building, doesn't remember anything about it. Then maybe he can point to Mr. McGowan and say, he's lying. He's not telling the truth. That didn't happen in this case. It was a poor investigation from the get-go. Now, the whole sordid situation involving Ms. Hall and officers in the Laverne Police Department is a chapter that I know this commission, based on Commissioner Carter's statement, the Laverne Police Department, the city of Laverne, Rutherford County, as a Rutherford County, we all want to see that chapter closed. It's ugly. It's nasty. Should have never gotten that far. Mr. McGowan's role in that was one event years earlier with a woman who was not employed by that department. Basically, that's it, except for an allegation that Ms. Hall herself made when she's under investigation and an allegation made by Mr. Powell when he's under investigation. Their credibility is in question. Mr. Patton would have you believe that there were text messages that were deleted and he later on got those text messages. Where are they? You folks are familiar with courtrooms. You know that this is where the evidence comes out. This is where the proof is put on. Where is that proof that these text messages were deleted? It's not here. Therefore, you should not consider it. You should consider that Mr. McGowan has been upfront this entire time with the investigators. Y'all have done interrogations. Don't you want as complete a picture of the truth when you walk out of there as you can possibly have? Of course you do. Do you want someone to correct a misstatement during the course of an investigation? Of course you do. And the sooner they do it, the more realistic it is. Did you send any inappropriate pics? No. Did you go to a party over there? Okay, several years ago, she wasn't employed, wasn't thinking about it. I need to rethink this. Takes a brief moment with the chief. They have a conversation, comes back in. Full disclosure, did do that. She wasn't an employee at the time. By Mr. Patton's own testimony, she was not an employee of the city of Laverne at that point in time. Was she a candidate for employment? Yes, she was. And she was a viable candidate because of the help of Mr. McGowan in getting her through the PT tests. Mr. McGowan didn't do a great job of telling this commission why it should allow him to keep his post certification. He put that on me, and I guess that's my job anyway. And after several hours of sitting up there in that chair, I'm sure his mind was somewhat mush. This is a man who has given his all to law enforcement. I would hate to think that he's judged solely by his worst moment, which was that event at Ms. Hall's house, again, with her husband present. He's invited there. She was not employed at the time. Still shouldn't have done it. He admits that, should not have done it. The stuff with Chief Davis, these messages going back and forth. Chief Davis dug his own grave quite some time back, and he's appeared before this commission and lost his certification. His methods may not have been the best in the world. Could he have called in outside help? Absolutely, he could have, and he should have, with the benefit of hindsight. But his head and his heart were in the right place. He was trying to do better, which is what we want of our law enforcement officers. It's not all that often that I get to stand before anybody and make an argument on behalf of an officer. I'm a defense attorney by trade. I'm doing the exact opposite. I'm asking you to allow Mr. McGowan to keep his certification, allow him to continue to work in the field because he still has something to give. This is a man who's learned from his mistakes. As he said, he's been humbled by this. Can't even show his face in Laverne anymore, and that's probably a good thing that he not. This man relishes that opportunity. He wants to be a law enforcement officer again. And I am asking this commission to allow him that opportunity and to not decertify him. Thank you so much for your time with the playdown.
All right, let's make it a short break. It is 6:23. Can everyone be back here by 6:30?
Yes.
So I think I told you all already, I'm sure that you have heard this charge before. It is long and detailed. I will try to speak quickly, but if you don't understand anything I say, let me know. It is important to hear these instructions before you enter your deliberations. And even if you've heard them before and know them by heart, it's important to get it on the record as well. All right, commissioners, now that you've heard all of the evidence and the arguments of the lawyers, it is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to find the facts from all the evidence in the case. After you determine the facts, you must apply the law that has been given to you, whether you agree with it or not. You must not be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes, prejudice or sympathy. You must decide the case solely on the evidence before you and according to the law given to you. All of the instructions are equally important. The order in which these instructions are given has no significance. You must follow all of the instructions and not single out some and ignore others. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. You also are the exclusive judges of the law, specifically your statutes, rules, and regulations and their application to this case. You should apply the law to the facts in deciding this case under the directions of this charge. You exclusively have the authority to make findings of fact and reach conclusions of law in this matter. No one else can participate in your deliberations. However, if you find that you need to have the law or legal terminology explained to you, I can assist you. The department has alleged that the respondent has violated certain of the state's applicable statutes and rules. It is the department's burden to prove those allegations by a preponderance of the evidence. Do not confuse the standard with the higher standard of beyond a reasonable doubt used in criminal court proceedings. A preponderance of the evidence means that amount of evidence that causes you to conclude that an allegation is probably true. To prove an allegation by a preponderance of the evidence, a party must convince you that the allegation is more likely true than not true. If the evidence on a particular issue is equally balanced, that issue has not been proven by a preponderance of the evidence, and the party having the burden of proving that issue, in this case, the department, has failed. You must consider all the evidence on each issue. You must limit your inquiry into violations of rules and statutes to those that were specifically alleged in the department's notice of charges. And you must base your determination solely on the evidence presented to you during this hearing. Do not infer anything, do not infer from any of my rulings or instructions that I hold any view or opinion for or against any party. None of my remarks have been intended to indicate an opinion as to the facts or what your decision should be. If in these instructions any direction is repeated or stated in varying ways, that is for clarity, not special emphasis. Please don't single out any certain sentence, individual point of instruction, and please do not ignore any of the others, but regard each in the light of the others. The order in which the instructions are given does not signify their relative importance. The evidence consists of the testimony given by the witnesses during the hearing and the exhibits introduced into evidence, which you may review during your deliberations. Statements and arguments by the attorneys in this case and documents in the technical records, such as the notice of charges, are not evidence. And the same is true with you will receive proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, I think a proposed order, at least from the state and potentially from Mr. Mitchell as well. You may use these arguments and documents to assist you in making your findings of fact and conclusions of law, but you should do so only after careful consideration and a determination that they accurately reflect your own independent recollection of the evidence and your own conclusions from the evidence. Absence of evidence. Under certain circumstances, let me skip that. There was some evidence that was brought up as being, maybe that should have been presented, but it was not, that was not established. So we're going to skip that. I'll remind you about direct and circumstantial evidence that you can consider both, that both are, types of evidence that you can rely on. And again, direct evidence is when somebody had proof of something, and circumstantial is when they had proof of something that makes you conclude it, like a wet umbrella makes you conclude it's raining. And it's up to you to decide whether a fact has been proven by direct or circumstantial evidence. Credibility and weight. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility or believability of the witnesses who have testified in this case. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You are not required to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. Although you must consider all of the evidence, you are not required to accept all of the evidence as true or accurate. You should not decide an issue by the simple process of counting the number of witnesses who have testified on each side. You must consider all of the evidence in the case. You may decide that the testimony of fewer witnesses on one side is more convincing than the testimony of more witnesses on the other side. There may be discrepancies or differences within a witness's testimony or between the testimony of different witnesses. This does not necessarily mean that a witness should be disbelieved. Sometimes when two people observe an event, they will see or hear it differently. Sometimes a witness may have an innocent lapse of memory. Witnesses may testify honestly, but simply may be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. You should consider whether a discrepancy relates to an important fact or only to an unimportant detail. Although you must only consider the evidence in this case in reaching your decision, you are not required to set aside your common knowledge or expertise in the field of the post and the certification. You are permitted to weigh the evidence in the light of your common sense, observations, and experience. Always keep in mind that the department bears the burden of proving the charges. The respondent does not have the burden of proving that he is innocent. I remind you that you are to decide the case based only on the evidence you have heard in this hearing and on the law I have given you. You are prohibited from considering any other information, and you are not to consult outside sources of information. You must not communicate with or provide any information, photo, or videos to anyone by any means about this case or your deliberations. You may not use any electronic device or media or any chat room, blog, or website to communicate with anyone or to conduct any research about this case. The Administrative Procedures Act specifically requires your order to contain 4 sections. 1, findings of fact. 2, conclusions of law. 3, a decision regarding what disciplinary action, if any, shall be taken. And 4, the policy reasons for your decision and determination. In making findings of fact, you must make your own evaluation of the testimony given by each of the witnesses and any documentary evidence admitted. You must then give that testimony or other evidence the weight and credibility that you deem appropriate and proper. You may weigh the evidence in light of your own training and expertise. Once you have made your findings of fact, you must decide if the respondent's activity constitutes a violation of commission rules or state statutes as alleged in the notice of charges. And if so, you must state those determinations in the conclusions of law section of your order. Your decision must include sufficient analysis of the evidence to clearly demonstrate how the facts of the case support your conclusions. Your conclusions of law should make appropriate specific references to your findings of fact to articulate linkages and connections between these 2 sections of your final order. If you decide that there has been a violation of a state statute or rule, you must then decide what disciplinary action is appropriate in accordance with your legal authority and considering the particular circumstances of this case. You may consider any evidence that the parties have introduced on the issue of the appropriate action, including whether the conduct allegedly was or is of a continuing nature or a one-time offense, Additionally, you may also consider what you've done in previous similar cases. Under the law, administrative agencies are not required to have absolute consistency in the action they take. However, you do have to make sure that you're not arbitrary and capricious in deciding disciplinary action. Discipline must be based on fairness and reason. Finally, a policy reason must accompany your determination to state why the decision you render in this situation is appropriate. Your policy reason is your statement explaining why the particular disciplinary action you choose in this case is correct, given the range of cases you hear and the various disciplinary options you have. Your deliberations must be audible in public before all parties. If you need assistance with the law or the structure of your order, I will be available to assist you. It's inappropriate for the parties, their counsel, the witnesses, or commission staff to participate in your deliberations. Any action taken by the commission must pass by majority vote of the panel. If you have any questions about the facts presented, you may, by a majority vote, reopen the proof and hear further testimony from witnesses or argument from counsel. And now I know that the state has proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. Mr. Mitchell, do you have a proposed order as well?
I do not.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nicely, please go ahead and pass that out to the commissioners. So Ms. Nicely is now distributing the proposed findings and conclusions. It's actually a proposed order. You may consider that as you make your determination, but please remember that you are not bound by the proposed findings and conclusions. Instead, they have only been submitted as a guideline as to what council thinks the proof has shown. It's up to you to determine what has actually been proven. All right, so are there any questions from any of the commissioners concerning my charge? I see none. So I will now turn the hearing over to Mr. Vice Chair to preside over the deliberations, after which you will make your findings of fact, reach your conclusions of law, and include a decision regarding whether any disciplinary action should be taken and give policy reasons.
Okay. Before we move forward, give everybody a chance to go over this and then we'll start our deliberation. Everybody ready? So findings of facts, item number one, is there any, changes or amendments we need to do on this one? Or? Right. Number two. We're on page two, number three. Okay, number four. Okay, item number five.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Wright, on item 5A. I'm gonna read this. A portion of this one, I'd potentially like to strike. That would be, maybe not. Respondent did deny having a sexual relationship with Officer Hall. In that, I'm just thinking that I don't believe he actually did have a sexual relationship with Officer Hall. It's just basically saying he denied it, so I guess that is actually a fact. But,
Should be having. Having.
Denied having. Remember right there in front of me what it said.
So we're changing have to having.
Yeah, I think that will still work. Like I say, because it does say just denied, it's not actually a conclusion that he did, so that part I'm still doing.
Okay, we're changing.
Well, and Chair, for discussion, I think it was proven, it was uncooperative and rude. I'm not sure we can really rely on the extremely verbally aggressive part of it.
Commissioner Wright, I'd say he was extremely verbally foul, but I'm not sure about aggressive.
I would take it a step further. I would say during the interview, respondent was uncooperative, rude, and defensive.
I would concur.
Did you say?
Defensive.
Okay, I thought you might have said offensive.
So we're changing extremely verbally aggressive to defensive. Okay, so we're changing, responded tonight from have to having. All in favor of changing have to having, a motion to. All in favor, I'm sorry, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Just a point of order, I don't think that you've had votes on the other provisions yet, so you might want to just do one vote at the end with all of it as changed.
In item 5?
No, the whole thing. So starting from paragraph 1, you all have not voted on those paragraphs.
And then read in at the end what the changes are and vote at one time.
Yes.
Okay.
Either go paragraph by paragraph and have everybody vote, because you asked if there were any changes, but you didn't have a vote about all in favor. Right, so you can go one paragraph at a time, or you can save all the changes and do the findings of fact all at one time and be, all together.
Okay, my apologies. So, back to number 1, page 1.
Motion to approve is written.
Commissioner Wright, second.
Have a motion to approve in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item two,
Motion to approve is written.
Commissioner Wright, second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? H2, number 3,
Motion to approve is written.
Commissioner Wright, second.
motion was made and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Number 4,
Commissioner Green, motion to approve is written.
Commissioner Wright, second.
motion approved with Richard in a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Number 5,
Mr. Chair, we may need to discuss the rest of number 5 before we do, A particularly.
A through,
You also could do each letter paragraph one by one if it is extra.
yeah, that was my question.
Okay, sorry.
So, we did discussion on number 5. Letter A, changing from have to having. And from extremely verbally aggressive to defensive. Do I have a motion on that? To approve,
Commissioner Jeffers, I make a motion to change.
Commissioner Wright, second that.
to change it. We have a motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Letter B. Do we have a motion to,
Mr. Chair, I don't know that we had evidence that the other woman also undressed the way this says in the living room. I think it was brought out that Officer Hall at one time was fully naked, but we never had any real evidence of
Commissioner Wilbur, I think I remember that they said Officer Hall was fully nude, but that the other person was not.
I think that's the way I understood it as well. So I guess it would be undressed, just not, we were not describing the limit of
Right.
how much.
Now, what are we?
what are we changing on?
I think we're deciding we're not changing anything.
Yeah, motion to adopt is written.
Just taking the shirt off is still undressing, even though we're not describing the level to what she undressed to.
Motion to adopt is written.
That's right, I'll second that.
We have a motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Letter C.
Commissioner Jeffers, I make a motion to approve C.
Spangler, second.
We have a motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Letter D.
Mr. Wright, motion to accept as written.
Commissioner Jackson, second.
We have a motion to accept, then a second. All in favor, say aye. We don't oppose. Page 3, item 6.
Commissioner Wright, I'll make a motion to accept that one as written.
Commissioner Liggett, second.
We have a motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 7.
Commissioner Green, I'm not sure we heard intimidation with intent to interfere with an investigation. But we did hear about the workplace violence issue with arms around the neck. Or hands around the neck. My thoughts.
I don't recall hearing that either.
I'd make a motion to strike and intimidation with intent to interfere with an investigation and then change that to was. I guess the allegation against respondent was substantiated. The workplace violence was substantiated.
So whoever is that in a motion,
Yes, that was my motion.
Commissioner Wright, I'll second it.
We have a motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
3.
Chairman, so I'll make a motion to approve A.
Mr. Lane, second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item 9.
Not sure what those sections are.
Yeah,
but I'll-
Commissioner, assuming that those are the correct.
Sections.
Sections of the.
But I'll make a motion to approve as written.
Commissioner Wright, I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask that we take a short recess. I need to talk to the attorneys for a moment about the proposed conclusions of law.
Good.
We'll step out. Y'all can stay here. Ms. Nicely has an announcement to make regarding her proposed order.
Yeah, I used the wrong template and the conclusions of law should mirror the notice of hearing and charges that you were passed out. So instead of talking about dishonesty and pre-employment requirements, it would talk about termination for disciplinary action. If the commission's okay with it, I can just cut this whole paragraph and replace it with the one that's listed in the notice of hearing and charges.
And for purposes of your vote, I'll remind you that she passed out that notice of charges, notice of hearing and charges at the outset of the hearing. So you all should have that in front of you. If you turn to page 3 of that, there is a section called causes of action. And so it's that paragraph, it's numbered 1 in the notice that would replace what's here in this proposed order from the state's perspective. And then that's one for you all to vote on and consider.
If we do that, the causes of action cite paragraphs 1 through 11, but we only have 1 through 9. We need to.
It's mostly about the
Just the actual.
yeah, what was alleged was different in the notice of hearing. So you could correct that and then just fix the bottom. Well, so this is for you all to decide on the conclusion, on the causes of action. You have not deliberated yet or talked about what you think going to happen. This is just for purposes of understanding what the state's proposed order is. And so the state is not alleging the 2 paragraphs that are in the proposed order. Those were put there in error.
So we're deciding what we want to do, the causes of action.
So the causes of action that this.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's directed to me. I'm sorry. No, nobody else can, so yes. At this stage, you all need to deliberate and think about what you want to do and what you've made your findings of fact. And now you need to decide based on your governing statutes and rules, whether you think that that constitutes something that, that would be a cause of action under your rules. And as I said, if you look at the notice of hearing, that's what the state has alleged it is. And then once you've decided about that, then you can decide what, if any, disciplinary action there would be.
Mr. Wright, I make a motion that we strike the conclusion of law as written on here and insert the calls of action from our notice of hearing charges, page 3, and in that we change it first sentence from paragraph 1 to 11, to 1 through 9. And then that rest of it.
Commissioner Lane, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Their discussion before we make our motion on this.
Just say that after listening to hours of testimony and the questions given by this commission and the answers given to this commission, I will say this has to be one of the biggest dumpster fires I've ever seen in my life. As far as the thing all the way around. I mean, there's some conduct, obviously is not, wouldn't be exactly what you would call the best conduct in the world. I think that officer admitted that. I think there was flaws in the investigation by HR. I think there was different things there as far as disciplinary actions that were taken, where you had some fired, some got a 30-day suspension, some, it's no consistency, I would say, as far as that goes. There was definitely some things missing there as far as, some witnesses. I think that would have been prudent to having here. And as far as that goes, I mean, that's basically all that I have there, but that's just my thoughts on the proceedings today.
Commissioner Jeffers, Commissioner Wright. So do you have any thought of the actual action that should be took, or do you want some more discussion when you discuss your attention?
I'll be honest with you right now, I'm a little torn in the whole thing. I mean, it's one of those things that I can see actions that were done prior to somebody being hired. I can see some people making a bad decision off duty at a house that definitely shouldn't have been done. I see, definitely lack of supervision to wind up not keeping some things happening that should never have happened. And, the investigation I think there was definitely some things that, definitely should have been done differently, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, I'm basing that on just, things I've seen and in places that I work, talking about experience facing different things in law. And I've listened to the statement and different things. And I tried to wind up listening to the totalitarian of the, entire situation. And, and it's one of those things that sometimes on this right here, I'd be lying to you if I didn't say I was a little torn on what exactly to go through on this point, but that's just me.
Commissioner Wright, I guess I'll go next with, there's 3 things that kind of stick out in my mind during this, and it was during his testimony. One was the fact of the reason why he sent the pic to her. It was to help the other girl out of being, I don't know how, I can't even make sense of that. I don't think that was a great answer, not a truthful call out answer to us. And the second thing was the, I don't believe that he was doing all this to entrap Chief Davis at the time. I believe that's the way it turned out, but some of his response to them, I did not believe it. If he was trying to trap him, I don't think he would have said to some of the things that he was saying in that. And the third thing was his excuse on why some of the things may not have been on what his phone records that HR had seen. We didn't get to see, but based off of HR testimony that they did exist, was just due to the lack of possible bad cell service, and it didn't go out. But didn't go out and get receipt, it still don't make sense why it would show up on the phone record. So I think that would kind of a horseshoe answer on that as well. And I'm kind of like Mr. Jeffers, I don't really know what exact disciplinary action, the direction of the full direction that we should go on. So I entertain some other results.
Commissioner Liggins. So this is my first one of these to sit through, and it's been a good one, I guess you'd say. But first thing is, I'm curious, do we have a chance as commissioners to talk off the record about things that we would like to do? So everything's will be on the record, correct?
Everything for this deliberation must be on the record.
So,
But feel free to, I mean, you're supposed to speak freely with each other. You're supposed to talk about that.
so my thought on this is I'm kind of right there with the other two commissioners as well. I'm kind of torn. My thought, and I would like to hear the other commissioners on this, is has it ever been done in one of these meetings where we allow them to keep their certification, but maybe have them on probation for a little while, like a year, to maybe have them come back to see if there's been any disciplinary actions within that year time? Is that something that's been done in the past, or is that something that maybe we would look at doing here or even could do?
On the judgment, it says respondents, you have options. We can revoke, we can suspend, or we can take no action. So there is a possibility that we can suspend and we can set the amount of time. I've only been to one other one, and we just automatically decertify.
Yeah, Commissioner, right, and as far as actually like putting somebody on probation, I mean, I don't think I think that falls up into the suspension or the full revocation.
Well, my thought on that was if he has an offer, if we suspend that certification, he'd be allowed to take that offer and actually work, or is his certification is 100% suspended to where he can't work in a law enforcement capacity?
He would not be able to work as a certified law enforcement officer. If it's revoked or even suspended for that period. I mean, I fully believe that there should be some kind of disciplinary action out of this. And I am leaning harder right now to the revocation than I am anything, just because of the totality of what has happened and transpired is so unbecoming of a police officer and what they should be interacting with. Part of it is, it's a pretty bad level. The suspension, we've kind of bounced this side. Everything to it. Senator? But the other side. So
Oh, well, Commissioner Green, so I guess just got issues from the standpoint of the totality of everything that took place. And is this the type of representation we want for law enforcement? He was an individual that was in a position of authority. They didn't look after a younger officer when he sees that she's being taken advantage of. He's an experienced investigator that could have passed this on if he thought corruption was taking place. So that's even failure to perform your duties. He could have passed it on. I know you don't see the political side of it, but there has to be a reason you're waiting for an election to end. For me, to think about what can happen on the backside of that election. I think the motivation is different. I don't go so far as say entrapment, but there's a lot of things that were provided that you wouldn't have to continue to do. And so from a standpoint of continuing in the profession, I think the reputation of our profession deserves a higher standard. When somebody in authority misuses that or fails to serve their fellow officers, he already said, if I'm on my note, we got each other's back. And I don't see anywhere in what he did where he's got anybody's back. And so there's no doubt in my mind, I lean toward decertification.
Commissioner Lane, there's two things for me here that we're looking at. There's no doubt in my mind that you wish this hadn't, you wish you would have gone another direction. But we heard with our own ears an interview where you adamantly died. You were screaming profanity. You were saying, absolutely not, I put my word up against anybody's. And then after you have a meeting with the chief, who we now know he already knew what the investigation had already concluded. Then you change, your demeanor changed, everything changed. You were loud, and so that was something for me. I can see that, I could hear it with my own ears. And then we talk about this phone, this secret phone. That's some stuff that I'm like you, I've never heard. I've been here a year, I've never heard anything like that. A secret phone. And for us, when we swear an oath as police officers, that's to stand up and do what's right, even when it's tough. That means if it's our chief, our mayor, it doesn't matter. If they're doing wrong and the allegations is public corruption, we go around, if we've got to go to the FBI or whoever, they've got to know. And that's protecting you, protecting your family. And then we see the second part that I see is that we have text messages here. And this is supposed to be evidence of an investigation. And yet, the tenets of a good investigation include documentation. It includes bringing other people in when you know you've got something going, particularly that's outside of your scope, which public corruption would jump to that next level, right? And so those are things for me that I can't get over that. That is, there was opportunities there. You indicated that you had TBI officers that were working in with you. And I agree with Commissioner Green. We have a standard, and our public expects us to do the right thing, even when it's going to cost us. And there's no doubt, I feel you. I worked for a sheriff's office part of my career, so I know the political wind in some places, and it can get bad during election season. But at the end, we got to stand up and do the right thing. And so there was opportunities to do that. And I didn't see that happen.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Wright, in essence of time, I don't want to cut any of my other commissioners out of time of speaking for sure, but considering time and saving time, feeling the temperature of the room that's been said a couple times, I'm going to make a motion for revocation.
I'll get sick.
Okay, there's been a motion for revocation. And a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Not quite yet. You still have to do the policy statements. Sorry. Yes, so proposed policy statements have been provided to you, and you can handle it the same way that you did the findings of fact. You can look at them and see if you agree and adopt your own policy statements, however you want to do it.
Right.
And again, with a motion and second.
Right. In terms of the policy statement, number one.
Motion to approve.
Right, second.
A motion second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item number two.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion approved in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item number three.
Commissioner Wright, motion to approve as written.
Final second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, that's just a notice of right. So I think that's it. So, Ms. Nicely, would you be providing an amended order and will the vice chair be signing, or are you going to wait for the chairperson to sign?
Yes, typically what I'll do is, if it's okay with the court and the vice chair, get this drafted up, get it in Vice Chair Carter's email, and then he'll send me a signed copy back, and I'll file it with the court as well as with the post commission.
And any objection to that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I thank you all for your time and participation. We are adjourned.